Chapter 67. The morning sun crossed the horizon and poured down on the ground. The weak sunlight shone through the window and shone on the young man lying on the bed. A cool breeze blew in from the window and blew the young man's long hair. The lazy sunlight fell on the young man's eyelids, and he closed his eyes hard. After a while, he struggled to open his eyes. His dark eyes, which were shining with a golden light, revealed some fatigue and listlessness. After struggling to sit up, Yun Nuashing held his head and shook it. There was a swelling pain in his head. He sat in a daze for a while. When he came back to his senses, he hugged the soft blanket and buried his head in it. As he smelled the faint fragrance that remained, the pain in his head eased a little. By the looks of it, he seemed to have been carried to the bed, right? Yesterday, he felt that the feeling was quite good, so he took advantage of the opportunity to continue forging. Not only did he successfully advance an iron sword to the second rank, but he also successfully injured himself. Those injuries were caused by the explosion of the weapon's core. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. If it was someone else, it might not be a matter of superficial injuries. However, in the later stages, he was more confident about the requirements for the advancement. Even if he failed, he would not blow up his weapon. This way, he could avoid a lot of losses. All in all, although he was exhausted and collapsed on the metal bed, and he did not know how many weapons he had destroyed, he still gained a lot. He also had considerable experience in the forging of Tier 1 weapons. I can also be considered a first-rank blacksmith. No, I should be a second-rank blacksmith, right? Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. He still remembered the matter of yesterday's weapon advancement, which meant that a Tier 2 weapon had been successfully created by him. It should be considered a Tier 2 weapon. Ah, Big Brother is awake! Just as Yun Nuashing was feeling complacent, the door was gently pushed open. Yu-Yin walked in with Ming, whose purplish-black hair fluttered in the wind. When he saw Yun Nuashing sitting, Ming jumped onto the bed happily and threw himself into his arms. He was so clingy that he refused to get down. Hee, Ming is awake too. Hugging Ming, Yun Nuashing chuckled. She had been in a deep sleep for a long time, which made her very nervous. Now that she saw Ming wake up, she was naturally overjoyed. Little star, are you feeling better? Yu-Yin walked over to the bedside and sat down. She placed her cold hand on Yun Nuashing's forehead and carefully observed his condition. Better, right? Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. Just as she was about to apologize, Yu-Yin pressed a finger to her lips. Yu-Yin shook her head and sighed. Her voice carried a hint of reprimand as she said, You always do things without a sense of propriety. Why do you have to work so hard? I told you not to rush things if it's not necessary. Did you forget? In the end, he ended up with injuries all over his body and exhausted his soul energy. If he didn't take care of his body, what would he do if he fell sick one day? Cultivators can get sick too. Once he falls sick, it won't be a minor illness for ordinary people. Hearing Yu-Yin nagging and reminding him like an older sister, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt very warm in his heart. The feeling of being cared for by someone was very comfortable. After a while, when Yu-Yin finished talking, Yun Nuashing scratched his head and said with a smile, I forged a second-tier weapon. Yu-Yin sighed and patted his head. She knew that this idiot, who gave her a headache, must have suddenly felt that the weapon was extremely good to the touch, so he helped her forge his body. She also knew that he never took care of himself, nor did he take care of his body. At this time, she could only pay more attention to him. Big Brother is an idiot. At this moment, Ming suddenly raised his head and looked at Yun Nuashing. He said word by word in a serious and playful manner, Yun Nuashing, Yeah, your big brother is a big idiot. Yu-Yin covered her mouth and smiled as she agreed. Yun Nuashing wanted to cry. At this moment, the season seemed a little bleak. The austere autumn wind whistled through the streets. Occasionally, a few red leaves would be swept into the distance by the breeze. The streets were a little cold and cheerless, and there were fewer people. It was not as lively as it was when they first arrived. "It's autumn?" Yun Nuashing said as he looked at the people hurriedly passing by below and took a deep breath of the cool air. "It's autumn. Let's take Ming to buy some clothes," Yu Yin said with a smile as she stroked Ming's soft long hair. It had been 2 months since they first met Ming. She had been wearing that thin purple dress and had not changed into any other clothes. "Okay." Yun Nuashing smiled and hugged Ming. He patted her head and smiled. He had this idea a long time ago, but he had not done it. He carried Ming and left the hotel with Yu Yin. They started looking for a tailor shop in Divine Weapon City. However, perhaps it was true. Everything in Divine Weapon City was related to weapons. There were not many ordinary shops. There were accommodation and food, but there were no clothes. He wondered if they did not need to wear clothes. "Big brother, someone is following us." After the two of them walked around for a long time without finding anything, Ming suddenly tugged at Yun Nuashing's collar and whispered to him. "Ah!" Yun Nuashing was startled and called out softly. Then his soul energy quickly merged into the void and slowly extended out. If they were being followed in this situation, he could only think of one possibility. Someone was trying to harm them. "Ming, who is it?" At this time, although there were fewer people than when it was lively, there was still a relatively large flow of people. Therefore, Yun Nuashing did not know who was following them. "He has been following us. He has been following us for a long time," Ming said in a soft voice. She climbed onto Yun Nuashing's shoulder and blinked her big eyes to the back. Then she carefully shrank back. "Be careful. Don't act rashly." Yu Yin grabbed Yun Nuashing's arm and reminded him through voice transmission. They still did not know who was following them. If they acted rashly, it was inevitable that they would alert the enemy. Nodding, Yun Nuashing also understood this principle. He looked around and locked his gaze on the black city wall that towered into the clouds. The corners of his mouth curled up. He said something to Yu Yin and walked towards the city wall. He slowly walked around a few streets and walked to the city gate. Along the way, he casually bought some things and pretended to be out for a stroll. Finally, he walked out of the city gate and went into the forest not far away. He felt an aura behind him slowly leave the group and follow him. Russell. The three of them walked to the center of the forest. Just as they came out of an open grassland, the surrounding trees suddenly moved without any wind. Then dozens of figures jumped out and surrounded Yun Nuashing and the others. A ferocious aura spread out in this area, causing the air to turn cold. More than a dozen big men walked out of the forest. They were all wearing gray robes, and on their chests there was a lifelike black longsword that pointed diagonally to the sky. This was the symbol of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. In other words, the people following them were from the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Divine Weapon Pavilion. Seeing the lifelike black sword symbol, Yun Nuashing said in surprise, could it be that they were here to seek revenge? Although he had offended them not long ago, it couldn't be so fast, right? "Little bastard, we meet again." Just as Yun Nuashing was thinking, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the flat ground. A young man wearing a wide gray robe walked out of the crowd with a long sword tattoo on his neck. It was the Divine Weapon Pavilion's inner court disciple that Yun Nuashing had let go of in the restaurant that day, Jillian. At this moment, he was walking out with a sinister smile on his face. His pitch-black eyes contained an unconcealable killing intent. He was the one who had spoken. "You are that day, what was it again?" Yun Nuashing's expression turned cold, but she pretended to be suddenly enlightened. Then she tilted her head and revealed a thoughtful expression as she muttered. The veins on Qi Lian's forehead bulged violently, and the fists in his sleeves were tightly clenched together. He stared at Yun Nuashing and said with a cold smile, "Seeing that you are about to die, I'll make it clear to you so that you won't become a confused ghost after you die. Remember my name, Qi Lian." "Oh." Yun Nuashing nodded. Her gaze swept across the dozens of people around her, then looked at the people standing in the sky. Finally, she looked at Qi Lian, patted her head, and said with a frown, That's something, Lian. Oh, Qi Lian? Last time, we agreed to write off our grudges. Now that so many people have come, could it be that they want to have tea and chat with me? Ah, that's so embarrassing. A few more veins appeared on Qi Lian's forehead. He stared fiercely at Yun Nuoxing, and the ominous glint in his eyes was about to burst forth. He said fiercely, Treating you to tea is not a problem. Give me your life. We will drink a few mouthfuls of tea. Sigh, it's so boring to fight and kill in broad daylight. Why don't we go somewhere else to play? Speaking of which, there's nothing between us, right? You punched me, and in the end, you were sent flying by your own strength. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and sighed. Nothing? You killed a disciple of my divine weapon pavilion, and you still dare to say that it's nothing. Speaking of that day's incident, Qi Lian's anger flared up. Furthermore, Yun Nuoxing even said that he was sent flying by him. This was simply purposely infuriating. Waving his hand, Qi Lian sneered, There's nothing else to say. Hand over your life. Don't. Can't you talk things over nicely? Why do you have to fight? You're too violent. As soon as Qi Lian's voice fell, Yun Nuoxing's face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly took 2 steps back and said, You're not allowed to bully Big Brother. Ming suddenly jumped down from Yun Nuoxing's arms and stood in front of him. He opened his small arms, and his tender voice made those who heard laugh out loud. The laughter was filled with killing intent. You can leave if you want. After laughing a few times, he looked at the pale Yun Nuoxing. Then he looked at Ming and Yu Yin behind him and said with a sinister smile, Leave this girl and the beauty behind. Then cripple your own limbs, and I'll spare your life. Don't. My sister is so young, and my elder sister is preparing to get married. If I leave her behind, what should I do? Yun Nuoxing pulled Ming behind her and said in a trembling voice. She looked at Qi Lian with a flicker in her eyes. Who cares about you? F***CK. Qi Lian went berserk and roared. Leave the 2 of them behind and then scram or die. Don't. Yun Nuoxing pulled the 2 of them together. Go to hell. With a wave of Qi Lian's hand, the burly men behind him and surrounding the grassland instantly exploded with a murderous aura. They rushed toward Yun Nuoxing and the other 2, like wolves and tigers. They waved the weapons in their hands and slashed at them. I told you not to. Yun Nuoxing sighed. Her voice was so calm that it didn't have a trace of emotion. She lightly stomped her feet on the ground, and the ground suddenly protruded rapidly. Immediately after, pillars of blazing blue fire suddenly erupted and bombarded the people who were rushing over at lightning speed. Boom! Such a powerful impact, mixed with a blazing destructive power, directly drowned everyone. Blazing pillars of fire, like gorgeous fireworks, repeatedly shot out from the ground, leaving behind a bottomless pit where they had been standing. Why are you so disobedient, really? You. Qi Lian's eyes widened in shock. However, a moment later, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. The moment he reacted, a black, long sword appeared in his hand. However, just as he was about to rush over and kill Yun Nuoxing with one strike, his footsteps suddenly stopped. A somewhat cold hand was strangling his neck. The palm contained a terrifying energy. If it erupted, even if he was an immortal rank expert, he would definitely die. You, when did you come over? Qi Lian was so scared that he couldn't move. He didn't even see Yun Nuoxing move before his neck was strangled. This speed filled him with fear. Perhaps if he wanted to, he wouldn't even know if he died. I actually don't like to kill people. Sighing, Yun Nuoxing looked into Qi Lian's eyes. The delay just now was only to let him guide the flames into the ground. At that time, he was still thinking that if Qi Lian stopped, he might not have done so. Now, it seemed that he was thinking too much. I am from the divine weapon pavilion. If you kill me, you will be hunted down by the divine weapon pavilion. Feeling a trace of faintly discernible killing intent, Qi Lian couldn't stop trembling. However, he still hardened his tone and said, hoping to use the name of the divine weapon pavilion to make Yun Nuoxing fear him. A dignified immortal ranked expert actually managed to pull out a tiger skin from the hands of a mere mortal ranked expert. Tell me, what should I say about you? Cowardly, mister. Yun Nuoxing grinned and mocked. If they want to kill you, then so be it. If they want to kill you, they will want to chase you. If they don't kill you, you will still want to chase them. Why don't you just kill me and save yourself the trouble of bringing people back? Shaking his head, a bone-chilling coldness lingered in his eyes for the first time. What he hated the most was people finding trouble with him again and again. Little bastard, the divine weapon pavilion won't let you off. Qi Lian shouted venomously, the long sword in his hand fiercely pierced towards Yun Nuoxing. Sigh. Yun Nuoxing sighed. The blue light on his palm shone brightly, and the ice-blue flames instantly enveloped Qi Lian. The scorching temperature burned his skin, revealing large patches of flesh. The long sword in his hand fell unsteadily, and he kept rolling on the ground. He couldn't even cry out in grief. Grabbing the long sword, he waved it twice and pointed the tip of the sword at Qi Lian. Just as he was about to kill him, he was stopped for a moment by a sound that cut through the sky. Junior, stop! Chapter 68. After staring blankly for a moment, Yun Nuoxing looked towards the edge of the forest. An old man in fluttering, white clothes was rapidly flying towards him. He raised a huge black sword high up and waved it towards Yun Nuoxing, releasing a huge black radiance that was 100 feet long. The pitch-black sword Qi pierced through the air and chopped down towards Yun Nuoxing and the others. The majestic energy destroyed all the trees below, revealing a large expanse of barren land. Another person from the divine weapon pavilion, seeing the bright features on the old man's robe, Yun Nuoxing's pupils shrank slightly. She grabbed Qi Lian and brought Yu Yin along with her to dodge the sword radiance. The sword radiance that was 100 feet long smashed onto the ground, splashing up a lot of dust. The majestic energy destroyed the ground into a complete mess. Second uncle, save me. Hearing the familiar voice, Qi Lian, who was grabbed by Yun Nuoxing, struggled for a moment. Then he abruptly opened his mouth and let out a miserable shriek. Yun Nuoxing looked at the half-dead Qi Lian in astonishment and said with interest, "You couldn't scream just now. Why are you screaming so loudly? Junior, put him down. Otherwise die." The old man appeared 100 feet in front of Yun Nuoxing and the others. Seeing Qi Lian, who was burned beyond recognition, he frowned and shouted coldly. A majestic aura spread out, causing Yun Nuoxing's expression to change slightly. Demigod, rank. Yu Yin furrowed her brows as well. Suddenly, a demigod rank powerhouse was mentioned. However, they didn't expect this to happen. If they continued to pester him, would a god appear? Yun Nuoxing's hand was tightly clutching Qi Lian's neck. She looked at the old man and then looked at Qi Lian, who was constantly struggling. She stretched out her arm and dangled Qi Lian in the air. She grinned and said, "You want him." The old man narrowed his eyes. The huge black sword in his hand flickered with a black radiance. Faint silvery white energy flowed around his body. The aura that flowed around him became more and more terrifying. He said in a deep voice, "Junior, put him down. I'll let you live. What if I don't?" With a sneer, Yun Nuoxing exerted more force in her palm. Qi Lian's face quickly turned red. He kept kicking his feet in the air and struggled with all his might. However, he could not break free from Yun Nuoxing's palm. "Then go to hell." Seeing Qi Lian's appearance, the old man shouted angrily. His figure trembled and disappeared in the air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 30 meters in front of Yun Nuoxing. His huge black sword, which was ready to strike, emitted a bright silver light and slashed towards Yun Nuoxing's hands. "You can have it." Pinching Qi Lian's neck with her thumb, Yun Nuoxing had a faint smile on her face. She quickly withdrew her hand and grabbed Yuan. Light elements surged, and her figure instantly retreated 100 meters. Seeing that his attack had missed, the old man did not pursue. Looking at the dissipating light particles in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank. Shock quickly washed over his mind. Light element. Looking at Yun Nuoxing viciously, the old man muttered in his heart, "This kid is from the Light Temple?" Thinking of this, the old man could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. When he thought of Yun Nuoxing's indifferent expression, this thought became even more true. Only the people of the Light Temple would not be afraid of their threat. His eyes flickered for a while. The old man fiercely gritted his teeth. His withered palm patted Qi Lian's shoulder. Just as he was about to circulate his energy to heal his injury, a crisp snap of fingers suddenly came from afar. Then he saw that Qi Lian's face had swelled up, turning red and purple. His body had actually swelled up. Blazing blue flames drilled out from every pore of his body. His entire body was inflating like a balloon. The old man was greatly alarmed. His palm continuously patted several places on Qi Lian's body. Boundless energy continuously drilled into those acupuncture points, suppressing the rampaging energy in his body. The latter's body also gradually calmed down. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. His aged eyes were blooming with an ominous glint. He fiercely looked at Yun Nuoxing in the distance. Just as he was about to angrily shout, he saw the latter looking at him with a mocking expression. She put her left thumb and middle finger together and gently rubbed them together. Ta! Following a crisp sound, Qi Lian's body, which had just calmed down, suddenly blossomed with countless blue rays of light. Boundless energy flew chaotically in his meridians. In just an instant, his entire body had swelled to the limit. Then, boom! Blue flames exploded in the sky, as if a blue star had exploded in the sky. A sea of fire extended several hundred meters. Blazing energy carried strong winds as it spread out in an instant, burning the forest below to ashes. The temperature of the world rapidly rose. The scorching air evaporated the thin water element in the air. This area instantly became dry. An energy that was dozens of times more majestic suddenly erupted from the sea of fire, instantly dispersing the blue sea of fire. A gloomy old man with disheveled hair and disheveled clothes suddenly appeared. His aged eyes contained a glint that could devour people. "Very good, kid. You dared to kill a member of my Qi family. Very good." The old man stared at Yun Nuoxing and said calmly. However, under that calmness, there was a volcano about to erupt. He said word by word, "Even if you are a member of the Radiant Shrine, you have to pay the price for killing a member of my Qi family." A member of the Radiant Shrine? Yun Nuoxing stared blankly. A moment later, he realized that this guy must have seen his light element and made the connection. "You old fart, you're really long-winded. If you're tired of living, just say it. We'll send you on your way." Yuan pursed her lips. On her jade hand behind her back, a complex array the size of a palm was emitting a resplendent light. As energy surged, the air became extremely hot. It was already accumulating power, ready to be unleashed. The wrinkled old face trembled. His gloomy eyes stared unwaveringly at the two of them. He seemed to have felt a trace of danger. Although he found it unbelievable, he did not act blindly without thinking. He held his huge sword horizontally in front of him and did not say anything. "Tisk, old man, do you only know how to talk? Didn't you want us to pay the price? Why aren't you coming? Are you scared? Old vile spawn, you do have some nice words to say." Seeing that the white-clothed old man did not rush over, Yuan blinked her eyes and teased. His eyebrows twitched. Although he really wanted to rush over and kill Yuin, his cautious nature made him feel a dangerous aura. Therefore, other than the ominous glint in his eyes, the old man did not move. He held his huge sword and took 2 steps back. He said in a cold voice, "The divine weapon pavilion and the Qi family will remember this debt." After he finished speaking, he glared fiercely at the 2 of them. He turned around and was about to leave. The sound of flesh being pierced resounded clearly in the silent sky. Brilliant blood suddenly blossomed in front of the old man's chest. The sudden pain made the old man's mind blur for a moment. His life force was rapidly draining away. He trembled as he lowered his head to look at his chest. There, a shining silver halberd dyed red had pierced through his chest. Fresh blood dripped down the long handle. "Aft! You!" The old man spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was aghast. He had not sensed any energy fluctuations at all. His chest had been pierced through by the halberd. At this moment he finally regretted it. Why did he provoke someone who possessed the light element? He wanted to say something, but his throat was blocked by the boiling blood. He could not say anything. His aged eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. He struggled to stab the huge sword in his hand behind him. As expected of uncle and nephew, even before death, your actions are the same. The halberd in his hand stirred fiercely, completely destroying the old man's heart. A trace of blue flame flowed from his hand to the halberd, instantly enveloping him. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and said indifferently, "Didn't anyone teach you not to expose your back to the enemy? Idiotic old man. You already recognized that I possess the light element, yet you still underestimated me. Divine, weapon pavilion, Qi family will not let you off." The old man's body was trembling rapidly. He spat out these words with hatred. The smell of death spread throughout his body. The intense pain wanted to cover his mind. Knowing that he would not be able to survive this time, the old man's eyes instantly turned red. The energy in his body instantly went berserk. His body rapidly expanded. It seemed that he still wanted to self-detonate and drag others down with him. Hey, as expected of uncle and nephew. Seeing the old man's actions, without waiting for Yun Nuashing to make a move, Yu-Yin rushed over. The fiery red array in her hand fiercely slapped towards the old man's head. Traces of flames seeped out from the array. Before the array could touch his head, the flames that seeped out refined him completely. Not even a trace of him was left. Seeing the old man disappear in an instant, Yu-Yin dispersed the fiery red array in her hand and muttered softly, "Sigh, it's so troublesome to deal with a demigod rank person. Next time, I might as well just use a sealing array." Yun Nuashing spread out his hands. Who asked her to have such a high cultivation? If it wasn't for the divine artifact on him, he really would have had to run away today. The demigod rank was still a very distant rank to them. It wasn't that easy to cross ranks. At the very least, they couldn't cross so many ranks with their own strength. It's quiet now, right? Clapping his hands, Yun Nuashing looked at the surrounding small forest. He then emitted a soul wave and carefully observed for a while. After waiting for 2 minutes and not finding any movement, he nodded and said to Ming with a smile, "Let's go and buy clothes." "Brother, you're so naughty when you fight." Ming stuck out her tongue. Her eyes and ears were covered the whole time just now. Although she didn't see or hear anything, she could guess some of it. She immediately rushed into Yun Nuashing's arms and scratched him. The latter was very embarrassed, while Yu-Yin held her stomach and laughed. "Brother doesn't want to fight either, but if we don't fight this time, there will be more fights in the future." Yun Nuashing rubbed Ming's head and smiled helplessly. "Ming knows. I'm just saying, it's fine as long as brother doesn't get hurt." She nodded her little head and bounced twice in Yun Nuashing's chest before muttering softly. Yun Nuashing smiled softly and led the 2 of them towards the divine weapon city. In the black hall, a faint silver light lingered on the huge pillars. The seats below were filled with people. A majestic aura spread out, causing the guards at the entrance of the hall to tremble in fear. From time to time, they would look at a man sitting in the middle of the hall, their eyes filled with fear and respect. The silver-white throne in the middle of the hall had faint silver lines spreading down. Around the throne, some strange phenomena would appear from time to time and then disappear. The man on the throne had long, silver-white hair. His hemp clothes made him look more ordinary. His silver-white eyes looked at the crowd below. His fingers gently tapped on the throne, and a gentle voice quietly echoed in the place. Elder Ying's soul stone tablet has been shattered. His voice wasn't loud, but it had a heavy oppressive feeling that made people not dare to ignore it. His voice had just fallen when a commotion broke out below. The soul tablet was something they knew very well. It contained a sliver of their power of the spirit, and if something were to happen to it, the soul tablet would shatter as well. If that was the case, something must have happened to Eldering. There is actually someone who dares to attack the people of the Divine Weapon Pavilion in the Divine Weapon City. If an ordinary elder died, then so be it. Although it was a little disappointing, there was nothing they could do in this chaotic place. They couldn't even hope to govern this place. It was already a great fortune for them to be able to sit here and not be torn down. Moreover, even if they were killed one day, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, this place was so chaotic that it made one's hair stand on end. However, Qi was different. She was from the Qi clan of the 8 great ancient clans. If they knew that one of their own had died here, they would definitely come and denounce them. In a fit of anger, this city might even be removed. The Qi clan had such power. For the time being, I don't know. This time, Elder Ing accompanied Qi Lian to the south of the Divine Weapon City. What were they doing? Go. Find this person, or this group of people. No matter who they are, capture them first and bring them to me. The people of the Divine Weapon Pavilion can't be killed so easily. On the throne, the hemp-clothed man said slowly, "Yes." The crowd below stood up and responded respectfully. Then, their figures flashed and they all disappeared from the main hall. The space also quieted down. With the departure of the crowd, the main hall instantly became empty. After a long while, the hemp-clothed man slowly stood up. His silvery white eyes looked up at the ceiling. With a light wave of his hand, the strange phenomenon surrounding him suddenly solidified, forming weapons of different shapes. Silver light flashed, revealing their sharpness. How dare you touch the people of the Qi clan? Chapter 69. 2 people were walking slowly on a small path in the forest. A little girl was being held in someone's arms, and her laughter made this quiet forest more lively. The 3 of them were naturally Yunuashing and the others. After walking around Divine Weapon City for half a day, they couldn't find any shops related to ordinary life. After asking around, they walked out through the east gate of Divine Weapon City. 10 miles away, there was a small town that was specially provided for passers-by to rest. After hearing this news, they didn't delay and directly walked out. 10 miles was nothing, and it was just enough for them to relax and walk around leisurely. Therefore, they didn't choose to fly over in a spurt of energy and stay in nature for a while to cultivate their sentiments. They chatted and laughed along the way, and it didn't seem boring. As they chatted and laughed, 10 miles was just a matter of a few jokes. Yun Nuashing suddenly felt relaxed as he stood on a hillside and looked down at the small town with a tranquil atmosphere. He had only stayed in the Divine Weapon City for a few days, and his mind was tense every day. He was constantly vigilant of the surrounding situation, so as to prevent himself from falling to the ground in the next second while talking and laughing. Over time, even his nerves were a little sensitive. If he stayed for too long, he would probably be like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He would immediately draw his saber when he saw something amiss. Therefore, she suddenly felt that the atmosphere had relaxed, and even her mind was relaxed. Turning her head, Yun Nuashing saw that Yu Yin also had a big sigh of relief. She was much more relaxed now that she wasn't in that oppressive atmosphere. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they brought Ming to the small town at the bottom of the hillside. Although it was called a small town, it was still about 10,000 feet in length and width. It was comparable to a small city. The houses inside were all built with wood and surrounded by lush trees. There was a natural smell, and the faint fragrance of the leaves and the smell of the earth filled the small town. All travelers are welcome to stop here. The two of them stood at the entrance of the small town, looked up at the wooden plaque hanging above, and read softly. There were quite a lot of people coming and going around, but compared to the flow of people in Divine Weapon City, it couldn't be compared. The people entering and leaving the small town would all look at Yu Yin and little Ming in Yun Nuashing's arms with a hint of surprise and a smile. The admiration in their voices didn't have a trace of concealment. Although Yun Nuashing had once mentioned that she could let Ming walk on her own, the little girl pouted and shook her little head unwillingly, saying that she had to be carried by her brother. This made Yun Nuashing feel a little helpless, but she didn't complain. The little girl's body was soft, like an exquisite doll. Her fair little face had a hint of childlike innocence, and her sparkling and translucent appearance made people unable to part with her. From the way Yu Yin's eyes lit up and how she wanted to take over, it was obvious that little Ming was simply attracted to both men and women, old and young. However, under Yu Yin's stunned gaze, she plunged into the arms of the helpless Yun Nuashing. She clung onto him like a sloth and refused to let go. Therefore, now that she was being watched like a monkey and seeing Yu Yin happily pouting her little mouth, Yun Nuashing could only helplessly walk into the small town, leaving behind a group of eager gazes. There was an endless stream of people and carriages in the small town. Both sides of the streets were paved with green tiles, and there were a great number of shops. All in all, it could be said to be a unique kind of prosperity. Yun Nuashing carried Ming in her right hand and habitually held on to Yu Yin with her left hand. They weaved through the crowd and soon found a tailor shop. Compared to the shops next to them, it could be considered a larger one. The three of them walked into the tailor shop. There were all kinds of clothes hanging on the crisscrossing clothes racks, and none of them were duplicates. The three of them were dizzy looking at them. At this time, there were many people in the shop choosing clothes, either seriously or casually. When the shop door opened and bright sunlight shone in, everyone looked over. When they saw little Ming, who was like a little bird, they could not help but click their tongues in praise. Then their eyes lit up, and they looked at Ming, who was a little scared. His little head was buried in Yun Nuashing's chest, and his little hands were tightly clutching his lapel. When the surrounding people saw this, they all laughed in their hearts and then turned their gazes away. The tailor's eyes were shining brightly, but he still calmly measured Ming's size and told Yun Nuashing that they could come and get it in 2 hours. Then he sent them out of the tailor shop with a covetous gaze. 2 hours? How do you plan to spend this time? After leaving the tailor shop, Yun Nuashing looked at Yu Yin, then lowered her head and asked Ming, "Let's have a meal." Yu Yin waved her little fist and smiled. When there was nothing to do, eating was the best way to pass the time. Okay. Ming also waved his little fist happily. His soft, purplish-black hair swayed continuously, and his 2 little canine teeth were exposed as he smiled. Yun Nuashing. These 2 gluttons. She helplessly held her forehead. There was a restaurant that looked very good at the side. Yun Nuashing also brought the 2 of them in. After throwing down a bag of gold coins, the restaurant staff politely brought them into a small private room. After that, a table of banquet was served. A pair of silver forks were swung like the wind. Yun Nuashing and Ming stared in astonishment at Yu Yin, who was wolfing down her food like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva and put down their knives and forks. They watched her eating with interest. A certain someone, who felt that something was wrong, was startled. She raised her head and saw two pairs of interested eyes. She was very embarrassed and immediately slowed down, her movements very elegant. "Eat slowly, no one is stealing your food." Yun Nuashing sighed and took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth as she said, helplessly. They ate and stopped, chatted and laughed. And just like this, they leisurely walked out of the restaurant and into the tailor's shop, leaving behind a mess. The waiter's jaw hit the floor as he slowly walked out of the restaurant and into the tailor's shop. The tailor was still looking at Ming with sparkling eyes. After a while, he calmly took out a few children's clothes and handed them to Yun Nuashing. According to the request, they were all purplish black. Although a little of it was mixed in with his own preferences, Ming liked it very much and immediately changed into it. His originally small and delicate body, after some decorations, matched with Yu Yin's unique outfit. He became even more lovable. He bounced around the shop, and his crystal-clear little face made people want to go up and pinch him. Suddenly, the door of the shop silently opened, and a burly man walked in. Ming didn't see him and accidentally bumped into him. He sat down on the ground, giving Yun Nuashing a fright. However, when she was about to stand up and apologize, she saw an extremely ferocious face. She was so frightened that she immediately burst into tears. She charged into Yun Nuashing's embrace at an almost godly speed and buried her head in his chest. Her small hands tightly wrapped around his neck as she sobbed softly, causing the hearts of those who heard her to tighten and even find it difficult to breathe. Yun Nuashing gently stroked her head and comforted her softly. He had seen the truth very clearly. It could only be said that Ming Ming was careless, but as for the burly man, when he came back to his senses, he saw a little girl bawling loudly. Then everyone glared at him angrily. Their faces were filled with grief and anger, and they looked murderous. Those who didn't know what was going on would think that there was a huge grudge between them. This made the burly man feel very embarrassed and sad. He thought that he had really hurt little Ming, so he hurriedly trotted over to little Ming and bowed to apologize. When they saw the burly man's appearance, it was everyone's turn to be stunned. This scene was not right. A burly man who was 10 feet tall bowed to a relatively small child. This scene was comical, no matter how they looked at it. It should be a burly man who patted his chest with a hand the size of a praying mat and shouted, "I am the king! That kid has to pay for my medical expenses." That fierce face must have grown in the wrong place. No matter how they looked at it, it was simply a King Kong Barbie doll. Reality proved that when Ming saw the burly man, she cried even harder. Her sparkling tears soaked Yun Nuashing's clothes. The burly man's face was covered in cold sweat. He didn't know whether to comfort or laugh. He stood there like a fool and felt so wrong that he almost cried with Ming. "I'm innocent." Yun Nuashing patted the King Kong Barbie doll's shoulder and hurriedly ran out of the tailor shop with Ming. They jumped into a small forest at the side and coaxed and teased Ming for a long time. Only then did Yun Nuashing recover her smile. This made Yun Nuashing and Ming Yu sweat profusely. Was it really so difficult to take care of a child? They strolled to the small town and then wandered back to Divine Weapon City. It was noon, and there were more people on the streets. They surged out from all directions and gathered on one street. An inexplicable, tense atmosphere instantly enveloped Yun Nuashing and the others. However, they weren't like birds who were startled by the twang of a bow. They constantly spread out their soul force and were vigilant of their surroundings. When the soul force spread out to a certain distance, Yun Nuashing suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He sensed that everyone seemed to be surging towards the same place with a purpose. "What's wrong?" Hearing his voice, Yu Yin turned her head. Mei Mao scanned the surroundings vigilantly. A faint fiery red glow appeared on her jade-like hand. She thought that something had happened. He waved his hand and told her not to be so vigilant. His soul force surged towards the place where he sensed that something was wrong. Finally, it spread to a palace. There were 2 bold and powerful words written on the signboard of the palace. "Stone Workshop." Stone workshop? Yu-Een listened to his explanation and then shook her head. They hadn't been in Divine Weapon City for long and hadn't explored all the shops. It was normal that they didn't recognize it. However, seeing so many people rushing over, something must have happened. Let's go and take a look. Due to the human nature of wanting to join in the fun, Yu-Een smiled and pulled Yun Nuashing, who was feeling helpless, and ran towards that place. The stone workshop was called a workshop, but it wasn't the same as the Myriad Stone shop. It was a huge palace that was dazzling and resplendent. It was as if it was made of glass, sparkling and translucent. Under the sunlight, it reflected a dazzling light. No matter where it was, it would be an eye-catching existence. When they arrived at the stone workshop, Yun Nuashing and Mei Mao first took a look at the palace, then looked at the crowd that could squeeze a person to death. Immediately they felt unwell. In the end, Yu-Een went to scout for information alone. After half an hour, she came back. Wiping the sweat on her forehead with her jade-like hand, she slowly explained the situation. Stone Appreciation Conference. Hearing this name, Yun Nuashing was stunned. What was there to reward for stones? Yu-Een nodded. The Stone Appreciation Conference was actually a conference where the people of the stone workshop would display raw stones that seemed to contain rare and precious stones to the public. At the same time, interested people could take a look and buy 1 or 2 pieces. However, since they could be displayed, which one of them hadn't gone through a strict inspection? In this chaotic place, not everything was as open and above-board as it seemed on the surface. If one foolishly went to buy it, they might be cheated until not even their bones were left. However, there were also people who hoped that the people of the stone workshop would make a mistake. Other than some ordinary materials contained in the raw materials, there were also people who hoped to obtain a rare and precious stone and make a fortune. So that's how it is. Yun Nuashing nodded in realization, then smiled and said, "Then let's go take a look." Chapter 70. In the huge hall, rows of exhibition stands were arranged in an orderly manner. Above each stand were pieces of strangely shaped rocks. Some were big, some were small, and some were heavy. The faint smell of soil permeated the hall. The palace was divided into 3 levels. According to the quality of the items placed on display, they were divided into 3 levels: high grade, middle grade, and low grade. Of course, it was also used to divide the amount of money spent. It's almost like an exhibition. Facing the fragrance of soil, Yun Nuashing and the other 2 stepped into the hall of the stone workshop. They couldn't help but mutter when they saw the beautiful arrangement of huge rocks. In front of each huge rock, there was someone seriously admiring it. They were constantly knocking on it. Their frown was so focused that it seemed as if they couldn't wait to directly cut the rock open and explore it. "Little star, I'll leave this kind of thing to you. Big sister can't help much." Yu-Een poked the corner of Yun Nuashing's eyes and said softly with a smile, "The evil spirit eye could be said to be able to break through all methods. It had the ability to see through things. Some rare treasures would release some aura and use stones to hide their figures. However, it was still more or less possible to see through them." Spreading out her hands, "The evil spirit eye was indeed the best for this kind of thing." Yun Nuashing simply opened her pair of eyes that were emitting a bright light. Her pupils turned into 2 tiny diamond-shaped and constantly swept across the rows of huge rocks in the hall. However, what made her a little disappointed was that there really wasn't anything good on the first level. It was basically all useless rocks. Among them, there were only a pitifully small number of low-grade Xian crystals. It seemed that they were really strictly divided according to the grades. "There's nothing on the first level. Let's go up directly." Yun Nuashing tugged at the corner of Yu-Yin's clothes and transmitted her voice. Yu-Yin nodded and randomly asked someone about the passageway to the 2nd level. She looked here for a very long time, but didn't see any stairs or anything else that could lead to the 2nd level. The decorations on the 2nd level were much more unique. Even the number of huge rocks placed on display was reduced. However, there were still several rows of them. At this time, Some people who had taken a fancy to the huge rocks quietly called for the people in the stone workshop. They quietly traded and then sneaked away with the huge rocks. Slowly walking past the rows of huge rocks, her already small eyes narrowed into a slit. She carefully observed the interior of the huge rocks so that others wouldn't notice anything wrong. However, it had to be said that the quality of the huge rocks placed on the second level was much higher than the ones on the first level. Among the raw rocks, other than some Shen crystals, there were also fourth and fifth level forging materials. There were also some other strange things that Yun Nuashing didn't recognize all of them. She had to take the book out to read. After casually looking around, there were some things that tempted him. However, it wasn't to the point where he would miss out on this opportunity. Moreover, they weren't things that he really needed. Therefore, he was only a little tempted and didn't intend to buy them. He was looking for some 8th level forging materials for the Netherworld Ruin sword to upgrade in the future. Although he didn't need them now, these materials were very precious. Even if he had money, he might not necessarily be able to buy them. If he started looking for them earlier, he might just be able to find them when he arrived. After making 2 rounds, other than buying a huge rock that weighed 1,000 kilograms, he didn't buy anything else. Under the gaze of the salesperson, who was looking at him as if he was looking at a fat sheep, he slowly walked towards the 3rd level. That rock contained a 6th level fiery sun rock, which was a rarer type of fire elemental rock. Its value was definitely higher than the price of the raw rock he bought. Therefore, one side was laughing as they slaughtered another person, while the other side was laughing as they made a profit before stepping onto the 3rd level. Yun Nuashing first rested for a while on the platform. He rubbed his eyes. Using the evil spirit eye continuously like this made him a little tired and his vision a little blurry. After resting for a while, Yun Nuashing stood up unsteadily and led the 2 to the 3rd level, the upper level. That was where the most precious stones were stored. Furthermore, when one bought a stone, they had to be cut open in front of everyone, under the pretext of studying and studying. However, everyone knew the principle of not showing off one's wealth. If there really were some rare treasures, if they were to be cut open like this, there would definitely be people who would covet it. In Divine Weapon City, robbing people halfway through, killing people for their goods, nothing unexpected would happen. After standing in front of the entrance of the 3rd level for a while, the 2 black-clothed guards at the entrance also raised their eyes and looked at Yun Nuashing and the other 2 as if they were examining them. After a long time, they finally put down their intimidating gazes and moved aside to open the door, stiffly gesturing for them to enter. Scratching his head, Yun Nuashing and Yin looked at each other and squeezed through the door side by side. In the pitch-black passageway, it was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. There was only a tiny bit of light at the entrance that couldn't shine into the passageway. In the passageway, there are constantly probing fluctuations coming from both sides, constantly scanning Yun Nuashing and the other 2. Sensing that these probing didn't have any malicious intent, he ignored them. When they came out of the pitch-black passageway, they saw a large hall wrapped in curtains. The surrounding sunlight couldn't penetrate those thick curtains, and the only source of light was the gentle light emitted by the crystals embedded in the ceiling. When it shone into the large hall, it wasn't very bright, but it also didn't seem dark. The large hall was extremely spacious, but the number of huge stones placed here was far less than the lower levels. There were only 2 rows that stretched as far as the eye could see, but there were still close to 50 huge stones. There was a faint fluorescent light flowing on the surface of the raw stones, and some of them were emitting astonishing energy fluctuations. With one look, one could tell that they weren't ordinary objects, but they didn't know how precious they were. Moreover, when Yun Nuashing came out of the passageway and saw a signboard hanging at the side, her face twitched uncontrollably. Damn it! 10,000 gold coins per kilogram. It was really hard to buy them, even with 1,000 gold coins. It was almost 10,000 gold coins. Each of those huge stones on display basically weighed over 100 kilograms. Although they were much smaller than the huge stones on the lower levels, the price was more than twice as expensive. Buying stones here was simply a demonstration of what it meant to throw away 10,000 gold coins. If the stones they bought were actually worthless, then they would suffer a huge loss. Although those stones looked quite good, they might actually be a trick of the stone workshop. Little star, how much money do you have left? Yu-in also saw the signboard hanging at the side, and her pretty face trembled a little before she asked, I've almost used it up. I have less than 60 million left. He silently calculated in his heart. The gold coins he obtained from Mu Ingzi had been squandered to the point that he was about to die. Although it was still a huge sum of money, it was actually very easy to use up. For a cultivator, from full-body equipment to spare items to life-saving pills, all kinds of equipment, 60 million would quickly shrink to nothing. You can buy about 6 stones. You have to find the most valuable one. Yu-in calculated, looked at the stones on display, and muttered, It's not that simple. Yun Nuashing helplessly sighed and shook his head. He wanted to spend the most money, but in this place, the evil spirit I did not seem to be of much use. Looking at the stone materials, they were all blurry, as if there was something covering the stone materials, preventing him from peeking. He did not know if it was the qi released by the divine items in the stone materials, or if it was done by the people in the stone workshop. It's been blocked. Hearing her words, Yu-in also guessed a little. When she saw Yun Nuashing nod, she couldn't help but sigh. The things on the 3rd floor were really cautious. Big brother, let's go take a look at the last one. When the two of them were sighing, Ming suddenly tugged on Yun Nuashing's lapel, bit his ear, and whispered softly. Yun Nuashing and the other two looked at Ming Ming in surprise. Although they were a little confused, they still nodded. However, they didn't rush over at once. Instead, they slowly walked down the stairs. They looked at the pile of huge rocks in front of them for a while. They swayed back and forth. Finally, they walked to the stone at the end and carefully looked at it. This stone was very strange. It was 5 meters long horizontally, and its surface was uneven. There were many holes and marks that seemed to be left behind by wind erosion and water erosion. It could be said to be full of holes. However, at the top of the stone, there was a 3-meter-wide protruding thing that looked like a sword hilt. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a sword was inserted diagonally into the stone. The sword in the stone was unearthed in the Tianyuan ancient mine. Until now, countless stone masters have come to see it, but because they couldn't see it clearly, no one dared to touch it. Why, young man, do you want to see it too? While the two of them were looking at the sword hilt, an old man in white clothes slowly walked over from the side. His hands were behind his back, and he had white hair and a youthful face. His hair and beard were all white, and his eyes were so deep that it was like an invisible world, making it impossible to see through him. When the old man said this, he sounded quite hopeful, as if he wanted Yun Nuashing to cut the sword in the stone. Sword in the stone. Hearing the trace of hope in the old man's voice, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Then he carefully looked at it. However, the stone's name was very appropriate. After all, it really looked like a sword that was inserted into the stone. The old man, stroked his beard and looked at the sword in the stone with deep eyes. He said softly, this stone was unearthed for tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. The energy it released completely blocked all detection methods. Many people couldn't do anything to it. It has been placed here for a long time, and gradually it became a sore point for everyone in the stone workshop. Then why don't you just cut it open? Yu-in pouted and muttered. The old man smiled and shook his head. He didn't say anything. At this time, Ming tugged at Yun Nuashing's clothes again. Her small mouth was close to his ear, and she whispered, "Brother, buy it." Nodding his head in an almost undetectable manner, Yun Nuashing slowly rotated around this 5-meter-long huge rock. The huge rock was a mixture of black and gray. His finger gently rubbed the surface of the rock. From time to time, he would bend his finger and knock it twice. Although he did not know how to look at the rock, he could still pay attention to the strange places. However, what he could not understand was just what was so strange about this seemingly ordinary and even somewhat broken rock. He couldn't see anything strange about it at all. However, Yun Nuashing knew that Ming's physique was a little special. She was very sensitive to energy. Perhaps she saw something different about it? The commotion here attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Immediately, shocked gazes turned over. Some old men who were so old that they didn't even have eyebrows left the guests they were receiving and hurried over. There was only one person who didn't move. It was the young man sitting at the bottom of the stairs. However, at this time he opened his black eyes. There was a trace of vicissitudes in his expression. "Young man, are you really going to touch this stone?" Many masters who are highly skilled in the field of stone analysis have come to take a look at it, but they all gave up in the end. "Young man, please think twice." A group of old men who were so old that their teeth were falling out walked over. When they saw Yun Nuashing's actions, they couldn't help but be stunned. They also wanted to cut open the sword in the stone, but in the end they put it down after looking at it for a while. Yun Nuashing sighed. To be honest, he really didn't know how to look at stones. The only method he could use was the evil spirit eye to see through it. If it wasn't for little Ming saying that he wanted to buy it, he wouldn't have come to take a look. After another sigh, Yun Nuashing looked at the surrounding people and then looked at the sword in the stone. His eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 71. Big Brother. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was unmoved, Ming thought that he did not believe her. She tugged on Yun Nuashing's long hair and stuck her little mouth directly to his ear. She murmured in a low voice, as if she had been wronged. Yun Nuashing nodded slightly and closed his eyes for a while. Then he suddenly opened them. A bright golden light filled his entire eyes, while the other colors all gathered in his two diamond-shaped pupils. Several small rays floated out from his eyes and moved with the movement of his pupils. Threads extended out and adhered to the sword in the stone, causing it to instantly become crystal clear. It was as if colors were flowing, dazzling and eye-catching. This is Heaven's Eye? No, it doesn't seem like it. Could it be a new secret technique? The eye contains an extremely powerful, penetrative power. It can analyze arrays and see through the origin of all things. However, I have never heard of such a strange technique in the Sourcepeak region. Could it be from another region? Could it be that this young man is also a divination master? He can see through all the topography of the universe. The surrounding people could not help but cry out in surprise when they saw the pair of eyes. However, they did not know the name of this secret technique and were momentarily stunned. They looked at each other, and in the end, they all looked at Yun Nuashing and waited patiently. Ignoring the cries of surprise, his eyes looked through the array and saw through almost every inch of the sword in the stone. However, a large area in the center was still covered by a layer of white film. No matter how much Yun Nuashing increased the power of his evil spirit eye, he could not pierce through that layer of film. Towards the end, his eyes even seeped out traces of bright red blood, continuously flowing out and sliding down his handsome face. This was a sign that the evil spirit eye was overloaded. The eye itself could no longer withstand the sharp increase in power. Big Brother. Ming was startled by the bright red blood dripping onto her purple clothes. Mist quietly condensed in her lively eyes. Her small hands frantically stroked Yun Nuashing's face, carelessly wiping away the two bright red marks. However, her face was smeared with blood, making her look extremely ferocious. "Little star!" Yin also cried out in alarm, but she did not know what to do. Right now, Yun Nuashing was using the evil spirit essences beyond her limits. If she were to carelessly interrupt, there might be a serious backlash. Therefore, Yin could only watch in a daze, as if she was extremely anxious. The onlookers, including the white-robed old man, were all stunned. This was the rhythm of playing with one's life. This young man was too ruthless. He didn't hesitate to harm himself. Although he could push his power to an unprecedented peak in a short period of time, if he didn't control it well, his eyes would be ruined. For an unknown stone, was it worth it? Child, stop. Your eye has reached its limit. You can't use it anymore. Young man, quickly close your eyes. Otherwise your eyes will be useless. Young man, give up. It's fine if you don't want this strange stone. Don't waste your future. The surrounding elders were constantly persuading him. They were afraid that Yun Nuoxing's eyes would be ruined. If that happened, it would be a huge loss to the entire heavenly mystery realm. Ignoring everyone else, he only used his hand to pat Ming Ming's head to reassure her. Then, with a thought, the power of the evil spirit, I increased a step further. Many talismans appeared from the void, densely adhering to the sword and the stone. Small-scale arrays were drawn in front of him, floating in front of Yun Nuostar. They drew in the energy of this world, drilling into the stone together. Then they reflected the light, illuminating the stone. However, they still could not see the central region. A green array appeared on his right hand. He slapped the sword in the stone. His eyes looked through this small array, directly seeing through the inside. While everyone was trying to persuade him, they couldn't help but sigh. With this kind of method, only a special stone could block his observation. It was estimated that even some immortal level arrays would be seen through in an instant and then destroyed. Until the last rune appeared from the void and adhered to the sword and the stone, Yun Nuoxing still couldn't see through it. At this time, his eyes were already soaked in blood. His face was stained with blood, and even the corners of his mouth were bleeding. At this time, he was at his wit's end. Thus, with a light sigh, the surrounding runes quickly dissipated under the control of his mind. Those arrays of various sizes also gradually disappeared. Okay, I won't. Shaking his head and sighing, Yun Nuoxing was about to close the evil spirit essences. However, Yu Yin was the first to cover it with her jade palm. Traces of energy continuously flowed from her ice-cold palm into Yun Nuoxing's eyes. I'm fine. You don't have to do this. Wiping away the blood on his face, Yun Nuoxing bitterly smiled. Yu Yin was using her own life force to heal him. Although the effect was good, this way, the one who was injured would be her. He knew the limits of the evil spirit essences, so he wasn't worried about anything. Gently moving the jade hand away, Yun Nuoxing stuck out his tongue and smiled at Yu Yin's sullen face. He opened his bloodshot eyes and blinked at her, indicating that he was fine. Then he lowered his head to look at Ming, whose small eyes were tightly shut and long eyelashes were constantly trembling. He took out a handkerchief and wiped away the blood dripping from Ming's small face. Then he rubbed her head and looked at the sword in the stone again. How is it? When the elders saw that Yun Nuoxing was fine, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They hurriedly came over and asked anxiously. This stone that had become their sore point made them want to immediately cut it open. However, they were also afraid that their hopes would be dashed. This was a tangled feeling. Therefore, they could only borrow the hands of an outsider to cut it open. At that time, even if nothing happened, it would only be a sigh. Tilting his head, Yun Nuoxing looked at the sword in the stone. This stone was worth 40 million, which was almost all of his assets. Although he could casually take anything from his body, the value would not be less than this amount. However, in the area that Yun Nuoxing had categorized as untouchable assets, it would be best if he could not touch it. Money was nothing. It was only 40 million. Even if it was for little Ming, losing 400 million was nothing. Moreover, Yun Nuoxing also believed that this little girl would not ask him to buy anything for no reason. Little star, have you seen through it? Yu Yin asked telepathically as she stroked Yun Nuoxing's head. No. However, let's still buy it. I think there will be something special. Yun Nuoxing sighed and replied telepathically. Nodding his head, he looked at the crowd and took a deep breath. His deep voice echoed in the hall. The determination in his voice made everyone suck in a breath of cold air and their hearts clenched tightly. Buy it! As his voice fell, even the young man who was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform at the bottom of the stairs stood up abruptly. He walked quickly toward Yun Nuashing and the others. When those old people who had white hair saw him, they hurriedly bowed and saluted. The sword in the stone was a rare stone with a sky-high price. It had been displayed here for many years and was like a treasure. It had long become a sore point for everyone. It was also a kind of belief. Now that someone was really going to cut it open, they were so excited that it was as if they had been injected with dragon's blood. This old man has been waiting here for so many years. Finally, someone is going to cut open the sword in the stone. The young man stood in front of the sword in the stone. He looked a little excited and emotional as he patted the stone. Then he looked at Yun Nuashing and said in a deep voice, "Young man, have you made your decision?" When they heard his question, everyone's hearts were in their mouths again. They looked nervously at Yun Nuashing. They looked as if they couldn't wait to answer for him. "I've made my decision." Yun Nuashing nodded and took out a purple gold card. She randomly threw it into the hands of the old man in white. Then she nodded at the young man and said with a smile, "Master, please do it." Me. The young man was stunned for a moment. He thought that Yun Nuashing would cut open the stone herself. He didn't expect such an honorable task to be casually thrown to him. "Well, I'm still carrying the child. I can't do it." Yun Nuashing nodded and raised Ming, who was in her arms. She said casually, but in her heart she muttered, "I don't understand this line of work." At this time, the little girl was also looking at the sword in the stone with anticipation. Her big eyes were shining with a purple light. It was very strange. It seems that today's trip was not in vain. "Yes, Master Shao, since this little brother has made such a request, you should do it once in a long time. This will definitely be the most thrilling event in the stone workshop in all these years." The people who came to watch were not only people from the stone workshop. There were also many people from Divine Weapon City. Among them, there were a few people who had the symbol of a long sword on them, which directly revealed their identity. "Okay, this old man will do it once." The young man, who was called Master Shao, nodded. He didn't pretend to be pretentious. He took out a silver knife from his arms and rubbed it in his hand for a while. When Master Shao held the silver knife in his hand, the huge hall instantly quieted down. It was so quiet that only the rhythmic sound of heartbeats could be heard. Everyone stared at the silver knife with eager eyes. Master Shao held the knife and made a few strokes on the outside of the sword in the stone. He was very careful and cautious. The curve of the knife was very small, almost touching the stone gently. Ka! When the first sound came, everyone held their breath. It was as if a sword was placed across their hearts in an instant. The sword in the stone was about to be unlocked. Master Shao moved the knife like the wind, scattering the stone fragments. He didn't show any mercy. He waved the silver knife left and right, and soon the end of the stone was cut open. What fell were only black and silver stone powder. The slightly bigger stones would also shatter into stone powder when they touched the ground. This made everyone stunned for a while. The section of the sword in the stone that was cut open was completely black. There were no rare treasures, not even Xian crystals. No one was nervous. The sword in the stone was 5 meters long. This small piece was only a small part of the entire size. Moreover, they had never seen a stone that was alternating between black and gray. There must be something inside. However, Yun Nuashing was a little nervous. He didn't know what kind of stone was. Although he felt that this black stone should be very strange, he really didn't know anything about it. He was just worried that the 40 million would be wasted. Ming Ming, on the other hand, was very calm. Her purple eyes stared unblinkingly at the black boulder that was constantly being cut. She patted Yun Nuashing's face with her small hand and pressed her small mouth against his ear. She smiled sweetly and said, "Big brother, don't worry." "Little girl, what exactly is inside this stone lump?" Hearing Ming's confident words, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but ask through telepathy. Ming doesn't know either. However, surprisingly, Ming shook her head, blinked her eyes, and said softly. Hearing the little girl's words, Yun Nuashing and Yu Yin couldn't stay calm. However, the next sentence made them sigh in relief. Ming feels that there is a very strong energy in the stone, but I don't know what it is. Ming shook her head and rubbed her little head on Yun Nuashing's chest. Chapter 72. After half a day, more than half of the entire sword in the stone had been cut off. Now, there was only a black stone less than a meter long and the sword hilt that was inserted diagonally. The rest had turned into a pile of black and silver stone powder on the ground. During this time, nothing dropped, not even an ordinary crystal. This made the group of elders somewhat disappointed. If a rare treasure was born, there should be all kinds of strange phenomena. But now there is no movement at all. Could it be that this sword in the stone is just a broken stone used to scare people? Not necessarily. The sword hilt has not been cut off yet. Moreover, black stones are rare. There must be something inside. But the whole thing has been cut in half and there is no movement at all. Everyone looked at the stone powder on the ground and felt a strange feeling in their hearts. They had been looking forward to it for so many years. Was it really a piece of useless stone? Some of the old men wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. They also didn't want to believe this result. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the sword hilt without blinking. They hoped that they could cut out some rare treasure from the sword hilt. Finally, after another hour, the black stone was almost completely cut, leaving only the hilt of the sword standing alone on the stone pillar. At this time, even Master Xiao couldn't calm down. There was an unconcealable disappointment in his eyes, but after a moment he cheered up. He was also looking forward to something precious coming out of the sword hilt. Hey, fortunately, our divine weapon pavilion did not buy this sword in the stone. Otherwise, we would have suffered a great loss. What kind of rare treasure are you talking about? I think it's just a useless rock. It's not a bad choice to use it as a toilet. Seeing the stone powder on the ground, the people in gray robes from the divine weapon pavilion suddenly laughed out loud. It seemed that they did not have any hope. Maybe this was originally a trap. The stone workshop specially used it to trick those skilled stone masters. When these words were said, the people in the stone workshop immediately frowned. But because of the power of the divine weapon pavilion in the divine weapon city, even if they were 1,000 times unhappy, they could only swallow it down and curse in their hearts. Master Zhao's expression did not change. He was still waving his silver knife. Except for the sword hilt, all the stones were cut clean. They turned into black and silver stone powder and fell to the ground. Sigh. The old men in the workshop sighed heavily and kept shaking their heads. Some of them took a step forward and patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder with their withered hands. Their eyes were filled with gratitude and regret. They were grateful that Yun Nuashing had fulfilled their wish. Regretfully, the sword in the stone was not as rare as they had imagined. There was not even a single Xian crystal. Master Xiao held the sword hilt, but the silver knife could no longer go down. He looked at Yun Nuashing apologetically. Haha. As for the people from the divine weapon pavilion, they were laughing out loud. Among the people present, there were those who mocked, those who sighed, those who felt regret, and those who felt pity. Young man. Master Xiao looked at Yun Nuashing, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, a little hesitant. Why is everyone in such a hurry? Isn't there still one more piece that hasn't been cut? Yun Nuashing smiled and looked at everyone. He pointed at the 3-meter-long sword hilt in Master Zhao's hand and said. Everyone was stunned. Although the sword hilt looked quite big, there was no strange energy coming from it. Moreover, looking at his faint smile, could it be that there was still some hope? Haha, I think you've lost your mind from anger. Pretending to be a grandmaster of a generation, you've fallen miserably this time. The people from the Divine Weapon Pavilion saw that he was still unwilling to give up and ridiculed him. Master Xiao, don't worry and cut it. Don't keep us in suspense. Yun Nuoxing glanced at them and ignored them. He looked at Master Xiao and smiled. All right, let's see what else you have to say when another pile of stone powder comes out. Seeing that they were ignored, the people from the Divine Weapon Pavilion gnashed their teeth in hatred. They had never been treated like nothing. Master Xiao sighed. His deep eyes revealed a trace of ancientness, as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of life. He looked deeply at Yun Nuoxing and nodded his head lightly. He raised the silver knife in his right hand and slowly cut down. Ka! The corner of the sword hilt slowly peeled off, and a large piece of black and silver stone powder fell. With the speed of Master Zhao's knife, the silver knife also slowly cut towards the center of the sword hilt. Seeing that he was going to cut it again, everyone fell silent again. Their eyes were fixed on the sword hilt. This was their last hope. If something really happened and they couldn't see it with their own eyes, when they retired in the future, they would probably have an incurable heart disease. Master Zhao's knife speed became more and more difficult. Gradually, a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. His eyes were wide open, and he seemed to be a little disappointed and dispirited. Ka! Gradually, under everyone's nervous gaze, the two ends of the 3-meter-long sword hilt had been cut off, leaving only a long stone pole and a small part of the sword hilt. There was really only a pile of stone powder at the original spot. Nothing else appeared. There were no strange phenomena, no energy fluctuations, and nothing strange happened. Yun Nuoxing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was also very nervous, and his left and right feet were constantly moving. However, when he saw Ming's calm little face, he didn't know why, but he also calmed down. Now, it seemed that he could only trust this little girl. In less than a quarter of an hour, the sword hilt disappeared, leaving only a fist-sized hilt. At this time, everyone in the stone workshop was discouraged. It seemed that there really wouldn't be anything else. It really is a useless piece of rock without anything. It's ridiculous that I actually waited here for half a day. It's simply a waste of time. When the person from the Divine Weapon Pavilion saw this, he scolded and looked impatient. What's the hurry? Isn't there another piece? Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and looked at that person unhappily. Then he smiled at Master Xiao. When everyone heard this, they were a little stunned. Most of it had disappeared. Could it be that the remaining fist-sized object really had something? Looking at the young man's appearance, he seemed to be very confident. Master Xiao shook his head. At this point, he didn't expect anything else to come out because he couldn't feel any energy fluctuations at all. Perhaps it was just like what the person from the Divine Weapon Pavilion said. It was really a useless piece of rock. The last fist-sized rock was cut very slowly by Master Xiao. It was as if he was cutting it layer by layer. The black and silver stone skin floated to the ground one by one. Then a faint silver light flowed out from the palm-sized crack in the rock, causing the originally disappointed crowd to slightly cheer up. Could it be that an immortal item had really come out? Would it cause some strange phenomenon? Kacha! Seeing this scene without waiting for the others to urge him or for Master Xiao to react, cracks suddenly appeared on the stone, and a bright silver light burst out, illuminating the entire hall. It was as if there were thousands of rays of light shining, bright as the day. The immortal treasure has come out? How is it possible? It's just a little bit. There really is an immortal treasure. The sword in the stone deserves its reputation. Seeing such a bright scene, everyone was excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Regardless of the strong light, they stared straight with their eyes wide open, wanting to be the first to witness the birth of the immortal treasure. At this time, Master Zhao's face was also filled with excitement. Originally, he didn't have any hope. He didn't expect that at the last moment there would be a reversal. Bang! The light suddenly escaped. The stone skin burst and shot in all directions. A diamond-shaped, silver-white crystal appeared in everyone's blazing eyes. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "This is a weapon, no. The core of a divine weapon. It should be the core of a famous weapon on the divine weapon ranking. Usually, the core of a weapon is circular. Only weapons that have reached a certain level will have a diamond-shaped core." "Hey, I already said that it's a certain level. How do you know that it must be left behind by a weapon on the divine weapon ranking? Maybe it's just a forged weapon. The sword in the stone deserves its reputation. It really didn't deceive me." Hearing the burst of discussion, Yun Nuashing also smiled. At least it didn't make the 40 million soup. No matter what it was still good. Moreover, from what the elders said, this diamond-shaped crystal, which was only the size of 2 fingers, seemed to be the core of a divine weapon. A divine weapon had the following components: the core of the weapon, the array pattern, and the soul. The core, which was second only to the soul, was the point where the energy output of a weapon gathered. It was the most important part, and the core of a divine weapon could be said to be a priceless treasure. It was separated from the weapon and became an ownerless object. If it was reimplanted into a weapon, it could still be activated. It contained the core of a divine weapon. Entering another weapon was equivalent to reviving the original divine weapon in a different way. "Little brother, we are willing to buy it. I wonder what price you want." "I offer 26 billion. On behalf of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, I offer 27 billion. F***CK. What right do you have to represent the Divine Weapon Pavilion?" 28 billion. The core of a divine weapon on the divine weapon ranking. This title represented everything. There was no need for any reason. Just this title was enough. This was because it represented a kind of extreme, a kind of kingly way. It was said that the divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking could kill gods. Looking at the forceful auction in the hall, this scene reminded Yun Nuashing of the auction in Xingqiu City. It was called the riot caused by a piece of leaf incident, which made him laugh involuntarily. Master Xiao looked at the crystal and sighed. He felt relieved and refreshed. After waiting for so many years, he was finally not disappointed. The core of a divine weapon? I wonder which divine weapon it will be when it reappears. Yun Nuashing muttered and patted Ming's head. Ever since the crystal appeared, the little girl had been giggling in Yun Nuashing's ear and constantly muttering that Ming said that this stone was very strange. Yu Yin sighed and smiled as she pinched Ming's proud little face. Just as everyone was arguing, the core that no one was paying attention to suddenly flickered. Then the silver powder on the ground floated up as if it had a life of its own and slowly gathered towards the core. After listening to the argument for a long time, Yun Nuashing unintentionally glanced at the stone powder on the ground. Then she was stunned. When she came to her senses, her body instantly turned cold at this moment. All the silver stone powder on the ground had been absorbed into the core of the divine weapon. A slender silver needle about 2 meters long and 1 arm's width was suspended in the air. When Yun Nuashing saw it, the silver needle instantly emitted a bright silver light. Waves of terrifying energy spread out like waves of water. Monstrous energy surged rapidly. Danger! Yun Nuashing's face turned pale. She screamed and hugged Ming tightly. With one hand, she pulled Yu Yin into her arms. Light elements instantly surged, and she moved horizontally to the end of the hall and threw herself down. Everyone who heard the scream was stunned for a moment. When they sensed this terrifying energy, they turned around at the same time. Their gazes swept across, and they saw a slender silver sword sweeping across. Number 2 on the Divine Weapon Ranking, Ling Hong's Sword. Chapter 73. It's Ling Hong Jian. The moment everyone saw the slender white light, their voices became extremely sharp due to shock. Then, the moment before Ling Hong Jian swept across, they hurriedly lay down on the ground, not caring about bidding at all. Buzz! The silver-white sword beam swept across the space, and the world suddenly became extremely quiet. The concept of space and time seemed to have become extremely blurry at this moment, and also seemed to no longer exist. In the next moment, on the plane that Ling Hongjian swept across, a silver light flashed past at a speed that far exceeded the speed of light, as if everything had been annihilated. Bam! The few people who were close by did not have the time to lie down or fly away. Their bodies instantly collapsed. They did not even have the chance to let out a groan as their bodies and souls were directly annihilated. The huge hall was cut horizontally by the blade, and the majestic force swept the top of the huge palace away, smashing into an unknown corner of Divine Weapon City. The other buildings of the same height in Divine Weapon City also had their tops cut off, and the people inside were directly turned into ashes, not knowing what had happened at all. At the same time, the sword beam cut through the Divine Weapon Pavilion's palace that stood at the peak of Divine Weapon City. The huge palace collapsed, and the supporting pillars instantly turned into nothingness. Half of the palace directly disintegrated and fell backwards, and the disciples and elders of Divine Weapon Pavilion all died in vain. Who dares to behave atrociously in Divine Weapon Pavilion? The silver-eyed man in hemp clothes stood up from the collapsed throne and roared towards the sky. His furious voice spread throughout the entire Divine Weapon City, causing everyone to shrink their heads. On the hemp-clothed man's body, there was a finger-sized wound across his chest. It was as smooth as a mirror, and blood spurted out like a fountain, drenching his hemp clothes. His hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely miserable. At the same time, on the dark city wall, a huge hole appeared in the huge energy barrier. To the soldiers, they did not know what had happened at all. They only heard a frightening roar, and that place suddenly split open by itself. Heavens, what happened to Divine Weapon City all of a sudden? Stone Workshop, Wan Shi Shop, Dingtai Palace, why have all of their tops been removed? Could it be that someone attacked Divine Weapon City? Divine Weapon Pavilion collapsed. Tian Bingzi was furious. Is there really someone causing trouble in the Divine Weapon City? When the people of the Divine Weapon City heard the sack-clothed man's angry roar, they saw that at almost the same time, a few tall palaces had their tops cut off and smashed into the Divine Weapon City, causing a large amount of dust and countless screams. They were immediately dumbfounded. Everyone from the Divine Weapon Pavilion, listen up. Get into formation and protect Divine Soldier City. The linen-clothed man rushed up to the sky and waved his hand to create an energy barrier surrounding the Divine Weapon City. One of his hands was still pressing on the wound that was constantly spurting out blood. One could faintly see the organs inside pulsating. The wound was covered by a layer of silvery white light, and it would be difficult to heal in a short period of time. Yes. The instant the man in linen clothes finished his words, earth-shattering shouts rang out from every corner of the city. Streams of energy light pillars charged toward the light screen that enveloped the Divine Soldier City. Tian Bingzi is injured. We didn't even see the enemy. That's a god of the underworld level. Who can hurt him? Could it be that the master of some powerful force had come directly? Are they going to attack the Divine Weapon City? Could it be the Qi family? It said that not long ago, 2 people from the Qi family died in the Divine Weapon City. Are they here to punish us? Hearing the many voices below, Tian Bingzi narrowed his silver eyes. His cold gaze swept across the surroundings, trying to find the enemy. However, what shocked him was that he couldn't sense the aura of the invader. Buzz! Suddenly, a sharp sword cry came from afar. The ear-piercing sound resounded throughout the city. This time, everyone heard this clear and sharp cry that contained endless killing intent. However, before anyone could find the source of the sound, a silvery white sword light with the power to split the world ruthlessly smashed into the back of the unresponsive Tian Bingzi. Instantly, a wound split open from his left shoulder to his right leg. Bright red blood bloomed in the sky. His face was filled with shock. This was the speed of light. There was no way he could dodge it. Boom! The sword light bombarded the ground of the divine weapon city with monstrous energy that could split the world. A pitch-black crack instantly exploded and extended to the end of one's line of sight. Dust flew everywhere. Houses were flattened in an instant. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was destroyed. Even thin and long cracks appeared in the space. The void space was like a huge mouth that could devour people, extending tens of thousands of miles. Pucci! Intense pain came from his meridians. Tian Bingzi's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body that was suspended in midair quickly descended from the sky. He used dense energy to block the wound temporarily. Ling Hongjian's energy contained a terrifying destructive force. His wound was difficult to heal. Numerous weapons appeared in front of him. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Facing an opponent who had the speed of light or a divine weapon that used the light element as a medium, only a divine weapon could cause irreparable damage to a god. With his level, it had to be a middle-grade divine weapon. He couldn't hold on for long. If the opponent didn't want to, he couldn't even see the person's face. Damn it, who is it? The intense pain coming from his body made him realize that his body was already severely injured. If he wasn't careful today, he might die here. What kind of hero are you to hide? Come out and fight me if you have the ability. Tian Bingzi was tortured by the pain. He held a silver-white long sword in one hand and roared furiously at the sky. Wow! What answered him was a sword light that was as fast as light. It came from his left side. The majestic force brought along unparalleled energy and slashed his left hand, almost splitting him into two. Pucci! The energy barrier surrounding his body was penetrated in an instant. His body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and flew out like a cannonball. He crashed into the energy barrier of the divine weapon city, leaving behind a patch of scarlet red. A bloody wound ran through his entire arm. Silver light lingered around the wound. White bones could be seen in the wound. This attack almost chopped off his entire arm. Pavilion Master! On the ground, many people wearing the same gray robes leaped over the abyss-like cracks and hurriedly ran to Tian Bingzi's side. They didn't dare to fly. Tian Bingzi was flying in the sky just now and was basically a target. He was hit 2 or 3 times without even seeing the person. Go to the stone workshop. The person is there. After coughing out a mouthful of blood, Tian Bingzi sat up with the help of the others. He pointed at the stone workshop with a trembling hand. Only 1/10 of the palace was left. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. He had already found the place with a glance just now. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to run over. Everyone looked at each other. The moment they reacted, they quickly carried Tian Bingzi and ran over. In the stone workshop that was filled with smoke and dust, Yun Nuoxing pushed away the building debris that smashed into her body. Her wide 6 wings protected Yu Yin and Ming under her body. A bright red liquid with some warmth flowed down from her forehead and dripped onto Yu Yin's beautiful face. Little star! Feeling a warm splash on her face, Yu Yin hurriedly opened her eyes and stared at Yun Nuoxing, who had a long bloodstain on his face. She couldn't help but cry out in horror. She stretched out her jade-like hand and hurriedly wiped away the bloodstain. Just now, she didn't react at all and heard the sound of the world collapsing. Then her vision was blocked by Yun Nuoxing's 6 wings and she couldn't see anything. I'm fine. Thank goodness. Yun Nuoxing opened his only eye that wasn't stained with blood. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the 2 of them were fine. Then he felt a burning pain on his back, as if something sharp had pierced his spine. He wasn't sure what happened just now. He only remembered that he had brought the 2 of them out of the room, and then he felt a sharp pain in his head. By the time he reacted, he was already buried alive by the falling ceiling. Big brother. Ming's big eyes saw Yun Nuoxing's face covered in blood. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. She hugged his neck tightly with her little hands, afraid that he would pass away in the next second. Ming, don't cry. Big brother is fine, he's fine. I'm relieved that you guys are fine. Yun Nuashing forced a smile. Although he really wanted to hug Ming, his hands were pressed against the falling ceiling, and he couldn't free them. The palace in the stone workshop was made of special materials and was even inlaid with crystals. It was dozens of times heavier than ordinary bricks and rubble. He was afraid that he would hurt Yu'in and the others if he put it down. Right now, he only wanted to say one thing. Why the F***CK did you make the roof so heavy for no reason? Wait. Yu'in also saw the current situation. Her lily-white hands hurriedly wrapped with fiery, red energy. She slapped the debris of the building behind Yun Nuashing and sent it flying. At the same time, there was a muffled groan. Then, the two girls anxiously saw that Yun Nuashing's handsome face had turned even paler. Dazzling sunlight shone in from the hole, causing the three of them to habitually close their eyes for a while. Then, Yu'in quickly cleaned up the surroundings. Yun Nuashing sat up with difficulty. He retracted his large 6 wings. His back was covered in blood, and there were many puncture wounds. The crystals inlaid in the ceiling had pierced his body with gravity. Just now, the crystals were sent flying by Yu Yin's slap, causing him to suffer a second injury. He almost collapsed from the pain. Just as he took a few breaths and wiped away the blood on his forehead, he sensed something. His body instantly stiffened, and the Feng Tian halberd shot out from his arm uncontrollably. It instantly moved in front of him, shielding Yu'in and Yun Nuashing behind him. All the hair on his body stood on end. The silver-white Ling Hongjian floated in front of them. The majestic wave that spread out made Yun Nuashing's heart skip a beat. Although he did not see its power with his own eyes, when he saw the broken walls of Divine Weapon City the moment he was buried, he could more or less guess what it was. Buzz! Ling Hongjian hummed softly. A bright, silver-white light shot out and enveloped Yun Nuashing. The latter was shocked. However, when he sensed that there was no danger, he did not make any emergency movements. He waved his hand and asked Yu'in and Yun Nuashing to relax. Ling Hongjian circled Yun Nuashing twice. The silver thread penetrated his soul and released a wave that seemed to be probing him. It carefully observed him for a while. Yun Nuashing did not dare to move recklessly in the face of this probing wave. The other end of the thread was still connected to his soul. Phew! Yun Nuashing exhaled slowly. Just as he relaxed, Ling Hongjian retracted its probing wave. It was unknown what it sensed or what it detected, but it directly landed on his right hand. Then it turned into a silver light and entered his palm. On his forearm, on the other side of the Netherworld Ruin sword's emblem, there was an additional silver-white pattern that looked like a silver needle. It was connected to the Netherworld Ruin sword's emblem. It looked beautiful. Nanny! Seeing that Ling Hongjian had suddenly recognized him as its master, Yun Nuashing and the others were a little dumbfounded. Wasn't this development too fast? It was so fast that they could not accept it. It was still bombing the city a second ago. How did it enter Yun Nuashing's body now? Where are the others? Are we the only ones left? Yun Nuashing looked around and saw that Divine Weapon City was covered in dust. However, he did not see anyone. His face could not help but twitch. There's no one here, right? After confirming that there was indeed no one around, he could not help but laugh sinisterly. He looked at the broken roof of the stone workshop and saw that there were still many ores lying on the side. The broken stones formed a pile. He immediately kept the remaining ores that were not destroyed into the pendant. Little star! Shoplifting? Yu'in helplessly face-bombed. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing with a puzzled expression. Big brother stole. Even Ming widened his eyes in shock. He looked as if he had misjudged him. Yun Nuashing felt very helpless. Anyway, with the current situation, it would be a waste if he did not pick up the ores. Yun Nuashing did not seem to be shameless to that extent. He would just take advantage of the situation. Yun Nuashing smiled and scratched his head. He picked up Ming, who was running towards him, and held him in his arms for a while. Then he smiled and said, "Let's go. Our journey to Divine Weapon City should be over." Yun Nuashing thought that there should be some very precious things in the pile of ores that they had just taken. Perhaps they had already gathered all the things they needed. In that case, there was no need to stay any longer. As for going to the mines, they would think about it later. Now that they had offended the Divine Weapon Pavilion, it was not good to stay here for long. "Go? You want to leave after killing the people of my Divine Weapon Pavilion?" A shocking shout suddenly resounded in the sky. Chapter 74. All of you, don't even think about leaving. A large group of people suddenly floated in the sky. All of them stared at Yun Nuashing with murderous gazes. They could not wait to tear him to shreds. Yun Nuashing and the rest were stunned by the sudden appearance of the group. When they saw the obvious symbol on their clothes, they immediately understood that the Divine Weapon Pavilion had finally come looking for them. "Senior, is there a misunderstanding?" Yun Nuashing frowned. He did not expect them to come looking for him. Of course, it would be strange if they did not come looking for him after Ling Hongjian had caused such a huge commotion. However, he did not expect them to come so quickly. "There is no misunderstanding. You killed the people of the Divine Weapon Pavilion and destroyed half of the Divine Weapon City. Killing you is not enough to appease the anger of the people." At this moment, Tian Bingzi was sitting in the void to treat his injuries. Therefore, the person who spoke was the yellow-haired old man beside him. His dark eyes constantly scanned Yun Nuashing, trying to see through him. "Tisk, that's because they are too despicable. So be it if you have killed them." Yun Nuashing curled his lips and said disdainfully, since he had been identified, there was no point in hiding it. Whether he wanted to kill or not, it was not up to them. "Junior, how dare you?" Tian Bingzi was instantly enraged when he heard him admit it. His silver eyebrows furrowed, and a strong light burst out from his silver eyes. Killing intent surged in his eyes. "Half-dead people, scram to the side and wait for your death. Don't F** King grumble. You are so F** King annoying." Yun Nuashing was also filled with anger. From the beginning to the end, it was their people who were looking for trouble. At this moment, they had collectively come to seek justice. This made him rather unhappy. Tian Bingzi was stunned by the scolding. When he came to his senses, he was so angry that his entire body trembled. With his status, when had he ever been insulted like this? Divine Weapon Pavilion. Set up the formation. At this moment, Tian Bingzi was a little angry. His hair stood on end. He did not care about his injuries and waved his hand. He roared and silver light surged on his palm. Thousands of threads bloomed and covered 100,000 feet area. "Yes." The people of Divine Weapon Pavilion replied loudly. In an instant, powerful energy pillars soared into the sky and surged into those silk threads. They raised their hands and took out all kinds of weapons, which wrapped around the silk threads. A moment later, a huge formation that covered thousands of feet appeared in the sky. With Tian Bingzi as the eye of the formation, all the weapons faced Yun Nuashing and were ready to attack. "Kill!" With bloodshot eyes, Tian Bingzi waved his hand and enlarged the 5 swords beside him to 3,000 meters long. Then he slashed down at Yun Nuashing. The energy contained in the swords expelled all the air, forming a vacuum in front of them. The majestic energy pressed down on Yun Nuashing and the other 2. It's a good opportunity to test out the power of this big shot that's ranked second. Yun Nuashing looked at the 5 giant swords that were smashing down like a mountain range. She placed Ming in Yu Yin's hand. With a thought, the slender silver Linghong sword instantly appeared in her hand. For types of elements surged out and rushed into the Linghong sword along with all the essence energy in her body. Buzz! After receiving this huge amount of energy, the radiance of the Linghong sword instantly became extremely resplendent. The silver-white radiance illuminated the sky, and a wave of energy that was like nirvanic annihilation surged out in all directions, causing the formation to shake. Feeling the same energy as before, Tian Bingzi's eyelids twitched. Then, an extremely dense killing intent erupted. At the same time, there was a trace of greed. A weapon that could silently injure him to such a state must be at the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Such a weapon would be extremely high-end in the Divine Weapon Pavilion. At least, it wasn't like what outsiders thought, where they were thrown around like cabbages. The moment Tian Bingzi made his move, the elders and disciples also made their move. Numerous weapons were thrown towards Yun Nuoxing and the others as if they were free. The surging energy shook the sky and the earth, causing the entire Divine Weapon City to tremble. A loud, rumbling sound was heard, like a heaven-shaking, muffled thunder. Buzz! Before the first wave of energy from the 5 huge swords could reach them, Yun Nuoxing raised the Linghong sword high up. An ear-piercing, buzzing sound reverberated through the sky. She gently swung it at the incoming weapons. Boom! The world seemed to have stopped at this moment. The monstrous energy transformed into an extremely resplendent energy sword ray that spread out at a speed that was close to the speed of light. It rushed out in a circle on a flat surface. In the stopped world, everything in its path was sliced in half in an instant. Kacha! Uft! The sounds of weapons exploding, blood spitting, and bodies exploding rang out at almost the same time, playing a strange and terrifying symphony. Tian Bingzi and the others were sent flying by the magnificent symphony. The speed that caught him off guard also caught everyone off guard this time. In the face of a speed that was close to the speed of light, unless one had special means or could reach the speed of light themselves, there was really nothing one could do. Wow! Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but exclaim when she saw everyone being sent flying and leaving behind a bloody mist in the sky. It was indeed worthy of being the second weapon on the Divine Weapon ranking. Its power was no less than the incomplete Netherworld Ruined Sword. However, this was the power that he could achieve. If a god used it, he would probably be able to slice the world in half, right? Sky-piercing sword. Tian Bingzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yun Nuoxing with hatred. He didn't care about the new wounds on his body and dragged his injured body directly into the large formation. Threads wrapped around him like chains. He roared into the sky and formed hand seals with his hands. Dozens of talismans, flashing with silver light, appeared in the void and connected to the formation. A moment later, groups of weapons appeared in the formation, filling every inch of space and surrounding Yun Nuoxing and the others. All the weapons were pointed at the latter, flashing with a chilling light under the sunlight. Sky-piercing strangle. With a thought, her hands formed hand seals with lightning speed. The entire formation seemed to have come to life in an instant. Countless weapons pointed at Yun Nuoxing and surrounded her from all directions. Linghong's sword's attack range was all targets in the same plane. If the target left that area, it would be useless no matter how powerful the attack was. This time, Yun Nuoxing couldn't just use Linghong's sword to counterattack. Yun Nuoxing took the risk of opening her evil spirit eye and overloaded it again. Although her eyes didn't bleed like before, it still made Yun Nuoxing groan. Yu Yin and the others instantly became nervous. However, when they saw Yun Nuoxing waving her hand, they stopped what they were doing. The evil spirit eye was operating at full capacity, analyzing and breaking down the formation. A moment later, her eyes glowed as she stared at a corner of the formation. Her lips curled slightly as she raised Linghong's sword in her right hand and slashed it in that direction. Wang! Linghong's sword slashed through the air, and a violent roar sounded. A silver-white sword ray that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth shot out from the sword at a speed close to light. It destroyed all the weapons in its way and tore open a pitch-black crack in space. Then it fiercely collided with the place that Yun Nuashing was aiming at. Kacha! The sword ray bombarded the formation, and the formation instantly let out a sound of it being unable to withstand the heavy pressure. There was no force at all, and it directly exploded, turning into light spots that filled the sky and scattered in the air. Pucci! Tian Bingzi, who was connected to the formation, suffered backlash and spat out a large mouthful of blood. As for those weapons that were dancing in the air, they trembled slightly and disappeared in an instant as the formation disappeared. Let's go! The moment the formation shattered, Yun Nuashing pulled Yu-Yin and Tian Bingzi with one hand. The 6 wings on her back spread out, fanning out a turbulent flow as she rushed towards the city wall. At this moment, Ling Hong's sword suddenly trembled and automatically retracted back into the light pattern on her arm. Yun Nuashing's body suddenly trembled, and a drop of bright red liquid fell from the corner of her mouth, causing Yu-Yin to scream in shock. Little star! Yu-Yin hurriedly reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She pressed her jade hand on Yun Nuashing's forehead, and her life force was about to surge out. I'm fine. Ling Hong's sword has suffered a little backlash. I can't use it more than 3 times a day, or else my soul will be seriously injured. Yun Nuashing waved her hand indifferently and explained softly. Divine Weapon Pavilion. Chase and stop them. Don't let them leave. Tian Bingzi, who had just stabilized himself, saw the 3 of them walking towards the city gate, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. A mere mortal stage had broken into the city and destroyed the Divine Weapon Pavilion. If he didn't stop them, the Divine Weapon Pavilion wouldn't be able to survive in the Taiyuan region anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Bingzi shook off the elder who was supporting him and dragged his heavily injured body towards the sky. He instantly entered the energy barrier that enveloped the Divine Weapon City. His aura surged out in an earth-shattering manner, and he took control of the energy barrier. 100-foot wide formation slowly appeared in front of him. Go to hell! As soon as the formation appeared, Tian Bingzi grabbed it and faced Yun Nuashing and the other 2, who had already flown a long distance away. His life force gushed out like it was worthless, and it turned into a huge amount of energy that gathered in the 100-foot wide formation. At the same time, his silver hair instantly turned extremely white, and even his face turned transparent. Boom! Receiving this abnormally powerful energy, the formation let out an earth-shattering buzzing sound, and a pitch-black light pillar that was 10 feet in size suddenly burst out from the center. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the fleeing Yun Nuashing. Divine Light Mirror, energy reflection. Feeling the ferocious energy chasing after her, Yun Nuashing shuddered violently. She suddenly turned around and gritted her teeth. A golden light appeared on her right hand, and a golden mirror the size of a head appeared. With a thought, the divine light mirror enlarged to 100-foot wide, blocking in front of Yun Nuashing. Streams of light appeared on the surface of the mirror, and it directly faced the incoming pitch-black light pillar. Buzz! The light pillar violently blasted onto the divine light mirror, and the expected energy splattered everywhere. However, an earth-shattering explosion did not occur. After the divine light mirror completely absorbed the pitch-black light pillar, it paused for a moment. With the same amount of energy, it shot out a brilliant golden energy light pillar, which was reflected at the astonished Tian Bingzi. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the golden light pillar violently collided with the 100-foot wide formation, and an earth-shattering explosion resounded across the sky. At this moment, it was as if a sun had descended upon the world. A majestic energy storm swept across, and the formation was instantly destroyed. Uft! You can't leave. The formation is connected to the entire Divine Weapon City. You can't leave. You can't leave. After being forcefully pulled out from the formation, Tian Bingzi sneered and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell from the sky and was caught by an elder of the divine weapon pavilion. He laughed mournfully at Yun Nuashing. Then I'll destroy the divine weapon city. Yun Nuashing shouted angrily. She took a deep breath and wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead. She opened her evil spirit eye and scanned the entire city. Her hand that was holding onto the divine sun, Bao could not stop trembling. Using the divine artifact consecutively was too much of a burden on her, and even her soul was trembling. Little star, tell me where to shoot. Yu Yin sighed and hugged Ming, who was hanging in her arms a little tighter. Her jade-like hands formed a seal with lightning speed, and then she slammed her palm on the void. A formation that covered a radius of 100,000 feet suddenly appeared beneath her feet. The fiery red light illuminated Tian Bingzi's face and made him look a little sluggish. Divine Weapon Pavilion, take them down. Tian Bingzi trembled a little. He had always thought that if he had not been beaten half to death by Ling Hongjian, he would not have been in such a sorry state. However, when he recognized this formation, he was so shocked that his face turned pale. However, he still roared. The surrounding elders of the Divine Weapon Pavilion were stunned. They looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and charged towards Yun Nuashing and the rest. Humph! Yu Yin coldly snorted. With a wave of her lily-white hand, a huge sea of flames suddenly rose from the array. The flames covered the sky and surrounded those people who had rushed over. They were instantly burned to ashes. Buzz! At the same time, Yun Nuashing drew her divine sun bow and shot it in several directions within the divine weapon city. Dazzling arrows flashed and pierced the ground. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion came from underground. Soil and rocks flew everywhere, and the ground cracked open. Cracks as thick as thighs spread across the entire city. Monstrous golden flames spewed out from underground. The entire divine weapon city was illuminated by the golden light and turned into darkness. It was as if a sun was rising and rolling underground. Stop! Tian Bingzi was so shocked that his face turned pale. He roared angrily and charged towards Yun Nuashing like a red bolt of lightning, ignoring the formation that was unfolding in front of him. Clang! With a thought from Yu Yin, hundreds of fiery red chains shot out from the formation below Tian Bingzi and surrounded him from all directions. Roar! Tian Bingzi roared. The energy in his body suddenly became chaotic. A huge sword appeared in his hand, and he shattered the hundreds of chains. He flew towards Yun Nuashing without any regard for his life. He waved his hand and shot out a huge energy torrent that was thousands of feet long. It whistled through the air and covered the ladder. Bang! Yu Yin raised her hand and condensed a flame barrier, refining the silvery white energy torrent completely. She then smashed it towards Tian Bingzi, who was charging over. The scorching air flow made the mouths of the elders behind dry up. Resisting the impact of the flames, Tian Bingzi covered himself with the metal elements and passed through the wall of fire with great difficulty. His body trembled, and he instantly appeared above Yun Nuashing. He swung the huge sword in his hand down viciously. Yuan power surged out in all directions and poured into the huge sword, causing the space to tremble. Chi! The sound of the halberd, piercing through Tian Bingzi's body, was like a mocking laugh. An intense pain came from his chest, causing his vision to darken. He could no longer hold on to the huge sword, and it fell into the sea of fire, being burned into nothingness. Cough! Tian Bingzi spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. Yun Nuashing was no longer in front of him. He couldn't even see when she appeared behind him, nor did he feel anything. The halberd pierced through his chest. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped, and Yun Nuashing was drifting away from time. Everything happened so suddenly, light element. When he lowered his head and saw the brilliant golden energy flowing on the halberd that pierced through his chest, a chill instantly spread throughout his body. It seemed like the Taiyuan goddess was the only one in the entire Taiyuan region who had the light element. However, at this moment, he wanted to curse out loud. Mother of asterisk her, how many divine weapons do you have? Yun Nuashing glanced at the ground, then clicked her tongue and said to Tian Bingzi, I didn't expect there to be such a thing under Divine Weapon City. Old man, don't worry, I'll help you put it away. Little bastard hair. Tian Bingzi couldn't stop trembling. His limbs swayed, but he couldn't do anything to Yun Nuashing. The bodies of gods were far stronger than ordinary people. Even if their hearts were destroyed, they would only appear a little weak. They wouldn't die, but they would be in an extremely weak state. Moreover, even gods wouldn't be able to recover from injuries inflicted by divine weapons in a short period of time. Buzz. Yun Nuashing placed the halberd on the sun god bow and slowly drew the bow like a full moon. Moments later, she grinned at Tian Bingzi and gently released the bowstring, allowing the halberd to shoot out with Tian Bingzi. Bang! The halberd turned into a golden ray of light. With a mournful roar, it directly penetrated the ground. Gravel and soil were sent flying in all directions. Moments later, a golden pillar of light soared into the sky. The resplendent golden light burst into the sky from the newly created hole, illuminating the entire Divine Weapon City as if it was daytime. Boom! The energy storm, which was at least 10,000 feet in size, connected the heavens and the earth, destroying the Divine Weapon City. The violent wind pressure spread out rapidly, turning everything within 10,000 miles into a barren land. The overflowing energy tore apart the energy barrier in the sky. At this moment, Divine Weapon City was wailing in grief. Places that weren't affected by the flames of war were wailing in pain. Countless experts rushed into the sky and looked at the brilliant fireworks in the distance. Their hands and feet instantly turned cold. However, there were some who weren't afraid. They flew over while cursing. Demanding an explanation, she controlled the halberd to fly out from the ground. At this moment, it was inserted into a golden mountain. The dazzling golden light made everyone close their eyes tightly, unable to open them. Pure gold, ore, an 8th-tier forging material. Yun Nuashing looked at the mountain and couldn't help but exclaim. Her snow-white hair was swaying with the wind. Her pale face was covered with fine sweat, indicating that she had reached her limit. Sister, let's go. Without even looking at it, he directly stored the mountain range into the pendant. Golden chains shot out from his sleeves, binding Yun's tiny waist and pulling her over. Little bastard, go to hell. An earth-shaking angry roar came from the ground. Tian Bingzi rushed into the sky while swaying. He was holding an extremely long battle spear that was flowing with golden light. He threw it at Yun Nuashing ruthlessly. It turned into a golden shadow that pierced through space. The dazzling golden energy flickered in the sky and caught up to Yun Nuashing in an instant. An intense sense of crisis with the smell of death suddenly spread throughout her body. Yun Nuashing didn't even have time to look. Her essence force for types of elements and soul spirit force broke out of her body uncontrollably. They rapidly condensed into a layer of solid energy barrier that enveloped her. Chi! The spear pierced through the energy barrier and brushed past the halberd. It ruthlessly pierced through Yun Nuashing's stomach, leaving a trail of blood in the sky. The majestic force pushed Yun Nuashing far away. Little star! Brother! When Yin and Mingyu saw Yun Nuashing being pierced through, their faces instantly turned pale. Ming even burst into tears. His miserable cries made one's heart ache. The two of them were dragged far away by the golden chains, chasing after Yun Nuashing. Old bastard, thank you for your gift. I will repay your kindness in the future. Enduring the intense pain and dizziness, Yun Nuashing pulled out the golden spear. A large patch of scarlet appeared on her pitch-black clothes. Fresh blood gushed out from the large hole like a fountain. Yun Nuashing spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her handsome face looked extremely pale and ferocious. One could faintly see her internal organs pulsating in the hole. She controlled the 4 types of elements with her essence force to cover the wound with her mind. Yun Nuashing looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. The killing intent in her voice shocked Tian Bingzi. "Let's go." She pulled Yu Yin over with a sinister smile. Light elements gushed out from her body and enveloped the 3 of them. She turned into a resplendent golden light and rushed into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. Bastard! In Divine Weapon City, Tian Bingzi was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He looked at Yun Nuashing, who had disappeared into the distance. Although he wanted to give chase, he didn't have the strength to move. His entire body was throbbing with pain. Without the suppression, blood gushed out from the wound again, dyeing the surrounding ground red. His eyelids couldn't help but close. Chapter 75. In the boundless sea of trees, a wide river flowed quietly. Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from afar. A golden ray of light suddenly crashed into the river, splashing water dozens of meters high. Splash! A white-haired figure suddenly rose from the water surface. She was holding a white-haired boy in her arms as she stumbled and fell to the shore. "Big brother, big brother." Ming didn't care about her drenched clothes as she threw herself onto Yun Nuashing's body. Bean-sized crystalline teardrops fell from her big, lively eyes and mixed with the clear river water as they landed on Yun Nuashing's body. "Cough! Little star! Little star!" Yu Yin also threw herself to the side. It was too difficult for her to activate a sealing spell formation. After only a few minutes, her primary energy and life force showed signs of drying up. At this moment, she couldn't care less. She reached out with difficulty to touch Yun Nuashing's face. Her life force was about to surge out. That was something related to the foundation of life. Using it would deplete her lifespan. Cough! Yun Nuashing coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with the river water. He weakly threw the golden spear aside. As a result, the golden spear darted into his left arm, and a thin golden pattern appeared on his forearm. I won't die yet. Cough! Yun Nuashing grabbed Yu Yin's jade-like hand and gently moved it away. He forced a smile, but in the end he spat out another mouthful of blood. His chest heaved up and down, and his eyes were somewhat unfocused. On the grass, dark red blood gradually spread out. Smelling the thick stench of blood, the former's expression became even more panicked. How can I smile at a time like this? Yu Yin knew that Yun Nuashing was teasing her. However, at this moment, she didn't even know how to write the word smile. Her pretty face was covered in sweat, and she couldn't break free from Yun Nuashing's grip. Big brother, don't die. You said you would take me out to play." Ming cried even harder when he saw this. His little face was filled with fear and uneasiness. His head was pressed against Yun Nuashing's chest, and his little hand helplessly touched Yun Nuashing's pale face. Yun Nuashing chuckled and touched Ming's head with difficulty. He smiled and said, "I will take Ming to play, but now, Big Brother will take a nap." Big Brother is so tired, a soft murmur came out of his mouth. A wave of exhaustion suddenly surged into his mind, and his eyelids slowly closed uncontrollably. "Big Brother," Ming wailed loudly, his mournful voice echoing throughout the forest. "Little star!" Yu Yin was so anxious that her beautiful eyes turned red. Her lily-white hands were tightly grasped by Yun Nuashing, and she couldn't transfer her life energy. Buzz! Just when Yu Yin was feeling a little hopeless, Yun Nuashing's body suddenly glowed with 4 colors of light. 4 types of elements gushed out from his body, and many colorful threads also extended out from the surface, connecting to the surrounding trees. The sky piercer, divine mirror of light, golden chain, sun god bow, as well as the Ling Hong sword and long spear that he had just obtained also emerged from his body. They flew to the edge of the forest and spread out in 6 directions, spreading out a wide enchantment, guarding this part of the world and hiding it. The colorful threads connected everything in the surroundings and slowly formed a cocoon around Yun Nuashing. However, they didn't close and formed a real cocoon. The 2 threads swayed around Yu Yin and Ming, as if they were waiting for something. Yu Yin was stunned for a moment. She recalled what Yun Nuashing once said. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up Ming and grabbed the 2 drifting threads in her hands. The moment the silk thread came into contact with Yu Yin, it lit up with a dazzling light. Then more silk threads extended from Yun Nuashing's body, wrapping around the 3 of them. The silk threads slowly closed together, forming a huge cocoon that was 10 feet wide. It was 10 feet above the ground, and countless amounts of energy uncontrollably surged towards the cocoon. As the 3 of them formed the cocoon, the forest became lifeless. Only the sound of the flowing river could be heard. It was the only melody in this place. When Yun Nuashing and the other 2 formed the cocoon, the outside world was already in chaos. The news that Divine Weapon City was almost destroyed spread like wildfire. At the same time, the news that Divine Weapon Pavilion's pavilion master Tianbingzi was seriously injured and on the verge of death also spread. That's a god of the underworld level. Who can hurt him? It's said that Tianbingzi was seriously injured by a sneak attack and was then crippled. That sneak attack was directed at Divine Weapon Pavilion. Who would have thought that it would affect Divine Weapon City? Everyone had different opinions and discussions until someone said that the main character of the battle that day was just a boy who looked quite young. This time the world was shaken. If that boy was not some old senior in disguise, then he must have some great treasure on him. That boy escaped with serious injuries in the end. Divine Weapon Pavilion was almost eradicated. Now they are frantically looking for him, but there are no clues. There were still survivors in the circle of war in Divine Weapon City. They also brought out news, but it was only news about Yun Nuashing. It seemed that no one had noticed Yu Yin and Ming. Just as everyone was discussing and guessing the boy's identity, another earth-shattering piece of news came out. Ling Hongjian was born. The divine sword ranked 2nd on the divine weapon ranking. This ranking was enough to explain everything. It was known as the sword that could split time and space. It had been missing for a long time, but now news of its birth had spread. It shocked everyone. Even the entire divine realm was shaken by this news. The news that came next left everyone dumbfounded. Ling Hongjian was taken away by that boy. This was spread by the people of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. They had participated in that great battle and knew more about it. They had personally witnessed its power, and even Tianbingzi, who was at the Divine Underworld level, had been seriously injured by it. Divine Weapon City had been destroyed into a complete mess. This information couldn't be wrong. Damn! The divine sword ranked 2nd on the divine weapon ranking. It fell into the hands of a young boy, just like that. How many lifetimes of good karma did he accumulate to have such an opportunity? Once this news comes out, the world will be in chaos. Even those reclusive old forces will have to move. The birth of Ling Hongjian is enough to make them go to war. Maybe people from the Divine Prefecture will come too. Tisk, with Ling Hongjian in hand, they can go anywhere. Would they dare to openly look for that boy? Aren't they afraid of being stabbed? It's just a child. They won't be afraid. Maybe they will use any means to take Ling Hongjian away. Ling Hongjian left with that boy, which means that it has recognized him as its master. If they want to take it out by force, they have to kill that boy. While everyone was talking, the Qi family, who had been waiting anxiously in the Divine Weapon Pavilion, finally came. As expected, they were here to denounce them. But how could they denounce them when the boy was already dead? Hence, the Divine Weapon Pavilion paid almost all of their wealth to send that group of people back, leaving behind a group of people who looked at each other. This was really the season of autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. At the same time, the Qi family announced to the world that they had issued a kill order for Yun Nuashing. Is the Qi family going to make a big fuss? They can't hold back so soon. 2 people were killed by that boy in Divine Weapon City. They are going to seek revenge. Hey, it's not too early or too late. Why would they issue a kill order at this time? I think they are targeting Linghongjian to issue a kill order in the name of one of the 8 great ancient families. The Qi family is too thick-skinned. Are they trying to use this kill order to make others give up on Linghongjian? Linghongjian is not something that can be obtained just by talking. The situation was turbulent. Almost all the forces had sent people everywhere to find Yun Nuashing at all costs. They had almost searched the thousands of miles around Divine Weapon City, but there was no news from any of the forces. Hence, they could only expand the search area, thinking that Yun Nuashing had run far away. While the situation was turbulent, the 8 great ancient families also joined the search. At the same time, of course, the 9 elemental palace also joined the search. After all, a divine object like Linghongjian was something that everyone would be interested in. Regardless of whether it was a large or small force, they were all searching for Yun Nuashing's whereabouts. The Qi family search was like a locust swarm passing through, leaving behind a mess wherever they went. Time flew by, and 1.5 years had passed in a hurry. People who blotted out the sky and covered the earth had the idea of returning to their hometown. In this 1.5 years, almost all the areas to the west of the Taiyuan region had been excavated. However, Yun Nua's star seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. No one had seen him at all, causing many people to be disheartened. There were also some people who were planning to go to other origin regions to look for him and see if they could try their luck to find him. In this 1.5 years, the Divine Weapon Pavilion was in chaos. Tian Bingzi did not make it through and made a mistake in the process of healing his injuries. He went berserk and died. As the pillar of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, his position was in danger. Those forces who were eyeing the Divine Weapon Pavilion covetously all had thoughts of taking over the Divine Weapon City. This place was rich in all kinds of ores. If they were to use it as their energy reserve, it would definitely increase their overall strength by a large margin. Therefore, those famous forces immediately announced that they would take over Divine Weapon City on the day Tian Bingzi fell. They threw out all the remnants of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. As for who the city ended up in, no one knew. There was no great battle and no news was spread. Therefore, it was tacitly agreed that these few great forces would take over the city together. The name of the city was still the Divine Weapon City, and the flow of people was still the same. It was still chaotic, but the controller had changed. This made everyone sigh. The dignified Divine Weapon Pavilion had been sitting here for tens of millions of years, but it changed just like that. A lot could change in 1.5 years. Those forces who were searching for Yun Nuashing at the beginning had gradually restrained themselves. They were always going out to look for Yun Nuashing. The entire Holy Land was empty. There were not many people. If a great enemy attacked them one day, it would be fun if they were caught unprepared. Although they had restrained themselves, there were still some people who tirelessly set out to look for Yun Nuashing. After all, it was impossible to give up the divine weapon ranked second on the divine weapon ranking just like that. The river flowed slowly, producing a crisp tinkling sound. The trees around the river were slightly dim. A huge cocoon of light floated 1 zhang above the ground. It flickered with a rhythm that resembled a heartbeat. The energy in the forest also fluctuated with every flicker of the light. Kacha! This tranquility lasted for a long time. Suddenly, the light cocoon shone brightly. The drifting energy crazily condensed around the light cocoon, forming layers of faintly discernible energy mist that covered the light cocoon. After that, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. A fine crack appeared on the light cocoon. Resplendent six-colored rays of light shone through the crack, illuminating this world. Kacha! And from the moment the first crack appeared, there seemed to be a chain reaction. Cracks spread out on the surface of the light cocoon. After that, a majestic energy suddenly soared into the sky. Boom! The energy soared into the sky, suddenly triggering a series of rumbling sounds. Heaven and earth suddenly became dark and gloomy, and dark clouds gathered in this area. It was as if the dark clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Buzz! Buzzing sounds came from the dark clouds. After that, the dark clouds suddenly had some color added to them. Slowly, the entire dark clouds were dyed into a six-colored cloud layer that was 100 jong in size. Colorful lightning constantly churned in the clouds. The vast energy transmitted to the ground, attracting the attention of the light cocoon. Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 76. After a year and a half, this was the first time a light laughter came from the cocoon. It was crisp and pleasant to the ear. The cocoon rippled and flashed. Colorful runes appeared on its surface. At the bottom, there was a layer of scarlet runes. Whoa! With a slight tremble, the threads that connected the surrounding trees were all broken. Then the cocoon floated into the sky. A majestic energy fluctuation spread out, attracting the attention of the thick clouds in the sky. Boom! A gorgeous bolt of colorful lightning suddenly crossed the sky, penetrating through the clouds and fiercely striking the cocoon below. The majestic energy caused the space to ripple. Boom! The colorful lightning bolt, which was at least 1,000 feet wide, fell on the light cocoon. The lightning bolt flickered and was completely absorbed by the layer of runes. It was refined with all its might, then compressed and condensed by the layer of runes. It turned into a pure energy and directly seeped into the light cocoon. Boom! Sensing the cocoon's movements, the clouds churned and thunder shook the sky. After a while, a golden lightning bolt that was 1,000 feet long slammed into the cocoon. The dazzling golden light was like a sun suspended in the sky. It was so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Whoa! The cocoon trembled and the runes on its surface rapidly revolved. The golden lightning that was filled with violent energy was completely refined, turning into the purest energy that was poured into the cocoon. Boom! Not long after the golden lightning descended, light blue, red, green, silver white, and purple-black lightning also descended. It was as if 6 huge dragons had descended from the clouds and violently smashed against the light cocoon. The flickering runes on the surface of the light cocoon received these attacks that contained a huge amount of energy and unceremoniously transformed them into non-destructive energy that was channeled into the light cocoon. Boom! 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 6 bolts of lightning rapidly descended and continuously struck the light cocoon. However, no matter how much energy was used, no matter how destructive the lightning was, it couldn't do anything to the light runes on the surface of the light cocoon. All of the attacking power was filtered by the light runes. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire thundercloud was filled with lightning. It curled around the thundercloud and turned into a large pool of lightning. The energy of heaven and earth crazily condensed into this colorful thundercloud. Boom! A huge crack appeared in the center of the thundercloud, and a colorful lightning, both the size of a mountain range, directly connected with the light cocoon. It was not striking. Instead, it was the most violent and continuous energy output. Kacha! The runes on the surface of the light cocoon were actually unable to completely purify the endless destructive power. The light cocoon was penetrated, but it was blocked by the scarlet runes. The 2 runes quickly revolved together, desperately refining the large string of lightning. They were determined to devour it. Boom! Kacha! Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the sky. It was as if an invisible barrier had quietly shattered. Then, the rumbling thundercloud suddenly began to rapidly churn. A vast amount of energy was emitted from it. The entire thundercloud rapidly shrank from its original size of 300 meters to 30 meters. Although it was smaller in size, the energy it contained had increased by several times. Lightning flickered, and even space began to tremble. Boom! All of a sudden, the thundercloud, which was about 30 meters in size, smashed down on the cocoon of light. Lines of formations emerged from the thundercloud and wrapped around the cocoon of light. Lightning flooded out and destroyed the surrounding forest. The thundercloud directly enveloped the cocoon of light. Endless lightning surged and continuously rushed towards the cocoon of light. Gotcha! Under such a crazy attack, the 2 layers of runes on the cocoon of light could not hold on for long. The endless lightning directly penetrated the rapidly revolving runic array. Then a small array the size of a palm suddenly appeared on the surface of the cocoon of light, mercilessly devouring the lightning that was rushing over. It quickly refined the lightning into primitive energy and channeled it into the cocoon of light. Pum! The sea of lightning rapidly churned, and the energy contained within suddenly became violent. The entire thundercloud constantly expanded, shaking like a balloon that couldn't withstand the pressure. Several bolts of lightning shot out from the thundercloud, and a moment later, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the skies. Boom! A violent storm of energy swept through the heavens and earth, spreading into the distance with unparalleled lightning. The barrier of the 6 divine artifacts automatically dispersed, and the energy shockwaves spread out 1,000 miles, turning 1,000 miles into a barren land. The forest was instantly destroyed, and as far as the eye could see, there was only sand and dust. The lightning ruthlessly wreaked havoc on the earth for a while before dissipating. The storm lasted for 10 minutes before slowly dissipating, leaving behind a bottomless pit. Above the pit, the light cocoon had been blasted until only a thin membrane was left. It was covered in cracks, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Pum! The light membrane lasted for a moment before suddenly bursting apart with a crisp sound. It turned into light spots that filled the sky, and a dense energy mist spread out, covering the surroundings. I've finally come out. I'm so tired. The person in the light cocoon stood up and stretched. His long black hair that reached his legs swayed in the wind, and his black clothes fluttered. The wide black windbreaker tightly wrapped around his body, and his crystalline skin shimmered with a faint fluorescent light. On his handsome face, his slightly squinted eyes and the curve of his lips made him seem a little lazy. Since you've already woken up, can you stop being such a fool? Hearing Yun Nuashing's words, a crisp sound like a spring flowing over a rock rang out from the mist. A graceful figure walked out of the mist and gave him a knock on the head. The woman's delicate body was tall and graceful, and her red clothes fluttered in the wind. Her tranquil and beautiful face had an ethereal aura, and her ink-black hair was casually draped behind her back, past her slim waist and down to her delicate buttocks. The gentle sunlight poured down, and a faint golden light covered the woman's body, giving her a sacred and inviolable feeling. Big Brother is so silly. In the woman's arms, a petite purple-black figure opened her bright purple eyes in a daze and curled up in the woman's arms like a little bird. Her fair and transparent little hands tugged at the red robe, and her tender voice carried a hint of a smile as she spoke. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the two of them with a gloomy expression. "Big Brother, give me a hug." Ming chuckled, and 2 little dimples appeared on her cheeks. She gently ground her 2 little canine teeth, and her petite figure directly jumped into Yun Nuashing's arms. Her little hands hung around his neck, and her head rubbed against his chest a few times. Yun Nuashing smiled and reached out to hug this petite figure in his arms. After cuddling for a while, he raised his head and smiled at Yun. "Are you all right now?" Back then, the 2 of them had almost exhausted all of their life force. This time, after going through the immortalization together, they should have completely recovered. Yu Yin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled as she shook her head. Then she softly asked, "You're the one who should be fine now, right?" Yun Nuashing subconsciously rubbed her stomach and also smiled as she shook her head. She looked at Yu Yin, and for some reason, she felt a little restrained, as if she sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right. Yu Yin turned to Mei Mao and suddenly smiled charmingly. She tapped her red lips with her jade-like finger and teased, "Little star, remember to take responsibility for your big sister." Yun Nuashing's jaw almost smashed through space, and her face was filled with shock. After a while, she asked in a trembling voice that, "Big sister, I don't think, I didn't do anything, right?" Yu Yin tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuashing meaningfully. She stuck out her little tongue and said, "Who knows what, huh?" Yun Nuashing sucked in a breath of cold air. Her mind churned for a long time, but she couldn't find any strange scenes. She swallowed and forced a smile. "I'm sure. I think, maybe I didn't do anything. Anyway, you have to take responsibility." Yu Yin rubbed his face and giggled. "Ah, ah, 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 ah." A mournful cry sounded from the barren land. "I wonder how long I slept." The divine sun Bao flew across the vast sky. Yun Nuashing looked at the land that had regained its green color. She touched Ming's little face and sighed. "Let's ask someone. However, we can't go to Divine Weapon City. This incident has probably caused a huge commotion in Taiyuan territory." Yu Yin leaned her head on Yun Nuashing's shoulder. Mei Mao looked at the endless sea of trees and sighed. She had a deep impression of what had happened that day. It was as if it had just happened yesterday. Yun Nuashing nodded. Suddenly she thought of something. She was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and looked at Yu Yin. Only when the latter noticed and raised her head to look at him did she take a deep breath. Her pitch-black eyes stared into the pair of limpid eyes. She said word by word in a very serious manner, "That elder sister, I will take responsibility for you." Yu Yin stared at Mei Mao. She was stunned for a long time. She felt a little embarrassed. Her pretty face blushed a little, but she quickly covered it up. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing in astonishment. After a moment, she suddenly laughed out loud. Her jade-like hands rubbed Yun Nuashing's head vigorously. He was a little confused. Seeing him like this, Yu Yin gradually stopped laughing. She paused for a moment and said, "Little star, you didn't really believe me, did you?" Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Because I don't know if but since you want me to take responsibility, I can only take responsibility." In the end, she added in her heart, "After all, I slept in that cocoon for so long. Who knows what happened?" Hearing this, Yu Yin suddenly felt a little funny. However, she sighed in her heart. After a moment, she patted Yun Nuashing's face and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I know my own situation best. I was just teasing you." "Ah!" Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. His mouth was so wide that his cheeks were squeezed together. He couldn't say anything for a long time. "Little star, you will be sold off sooner or later like this. At least learn to doubt others." Yu Yin sighed and said helplessly, "How could he be so naive? He might not even know that he was being sold off." As soon as Yu Yin finished speaking, Yun Nuashing immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "If I have to doubt everything you say, who else can I trust?" Yu Yin suddenly lifted Mei Mao and looked at him deeply. After a while, she flicked his forehead and leaned her head on Yun Nuashing's shoulder. Mei Mao closed her eyes and said softly, "Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Quickly find a place to rest. Big sister is hungry." Yun Nuashing scratched his head and tilted his head in confusion. However, he still drove the sun god Bao and hurried on. In his arms, Ming opened his eyes and looked at the two of them curiously. He patted Yun Nuashing's chest gently with his little hand. Then he grabbed his clothes and slowly fell asleep. In the boundless sky, A golden light streaked across the sky, leaving behind a golden trail as it flew towards the sun in the east. Chapter 77. Perhaps it was due to the direction they were heading in, but although Yun Nuashing and the others didn't go to Divine Weapon City, they unexpectedly came to the small town where they had rested before. They were a little surprised, but in the interest of convenience, they directly landed to rest and reorganize. At the same time, they also asked around to find out what time it was. It was still the same location and the same restaurant. Yun Nuashing and Mingyu took a look and were about to walk in when they were stopped by someone. "Little brother, I didn't expect to see you again." Yun Nuashing heard a familiar voice, but she couldn't recall who it was. She and Yin looked at each other and then turned around together. "It's you." Yun Nuashing's eyebrows twitched as she looked at the 3-meter tall man in surprise. She couldn't help but exclaim. This was the man who scared Ming to tears. The King Kong Barbie doll. The big man scratched his head in embarrassment. He was about to say something, but when he saw Ming, his fierce face suddenly froze. "Big brother, I'm scared." Ming carefully glanced at the big man. He seemed to remember what happened that day, and a trace of panic appeared on his little face. He immediately buried his head in Yun Nuashing's chest, pulled the windbreaker with his little hand, and wrapped his small body up. I cried. This Lun family is really wrong, this little sister. The burly man looked at Ming Ming, who had shrunk back with a sullen face, looking extremely aggrieved, causing Yun Nuashing to almost burst out laughing. This guy's style was not right. Shaking her head with a smile, Yun Nuashing patted Ming's little head through the windbreaker and said softly, "Ming, don't be afraid, I'm here." This little brother, that little girl, that day it really had nothing to do with me. The big man was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Yu Yin couldn't help but laugh when she saw his helpless look. His personality and appearance were poles apart. Humph, humph, humph. Yu Yin looked at the burly man with a sly expression. She rubbed her chin with her jade-like hand and said with a sinister smile, "You scared our family's Ming out of his wits. Shouldn't you do something?" This big sister. The burly man was stunned for a moment, and his face was already sweating profusely. He hurriedly bowed, and his fawning look almost made Yun Nuashing spit out. He opened his mouth and was at a loss for words. On the second floor of the hotel, in a luxurious private room, the table was filled with dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted delicious. Yu Yin was currently leisurely raising a silver fork, placing a piece of deep-fried golden meat into her small mouth, slowly chewing it. Her beautiful eyes would occasionally glance to the side at the burly man who was trying his best to smile apologetically to Ming Ming, and her small mouth could not help but curve up. Big sister Yu Yin is really good at tricking people. Yun Nuashing looked at the banquet table and commented in her heart. The burly man ended up tricking Yu Yin into eating a meal. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh when she saw him walk in with a sad face. Ming still refused to come out from Yun Nuashing's arms. His big eyes glanced at the burly man with a passionate expression from time to time. His little body couldn't help but tremble, and then he quickly shrank back. The burly man really wanted to cry when he saw this. Yun Nuashing waved her hand, indicating that the burly man didn't need to pay attention to her. She also asked him a few questions. The burly man also pondered for a while and told her what happened in the past 1.5 years. It's already been 1.5 years. Yun Nuashing and Yu Yin sighed at the same time. They didn't expect that the immortalization process would take so long. This time it was because the injuries were too severe. Even a god-level expert would find it difficult to heal the injuries caused by a god-level weapon. They could barely recover with the help of the immortalization process, but they didn't expect to sleep for so long. Is the entire world looking for Ling Hongjian? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but touch his right forearm. He didn't expect that this divine sword would become an extremely hot potato. He was looking for it all over the world. Was this the rhythm of unwilling to let his journey become lonely? The Qi family. Back then, He had killed 2 people from the Qi family. However, one of them was at the mortal realm while the other was a demigod realm expert. Presumably, they weren't the mainstays of the Qi family. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be doing this. Releasing a kill order in front of the entire world. They were probably targeting Ling Hongjian and wanted to find a legitimate reason to kill him. The entire world is filled with enemies. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh heavily. He could only be glad that his appearance wasn't seen clearly. Everyone was looking for someone who didn't know what he looked like, which reduced the probability of him being found by a lot. It was slightly less troublesome, and at least he wouldn't be hated by everyone. The trouble this time isn't small. Even the 9 elemental shrine and the 8 ancient families are involved. Yu Yin's face turned solemn after hearing that. She expected that there would be a storm in the Divine Weapon City, but she didn't expect it to be so big that it almost blew the entire Taiyuan region down. Tearing down the Divine Weapon City is a small matter. Ling Hongjian is a problem. Most people are coming for him. I don't know what the 9 elemental shrine and the 7 ancient families are thinking, but the Qi family is coming for us no matter what. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh. He was very annoyed by this kind of trouble. He only liked to be quiet all the time. If he had the ability, he would choose to kill his way to the Qi family now and put on a Goddess Destroys Qi show. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to do so now. If they want to find trouble, they will come for us sooner or later. Ling Hongjian is just an opportunity. No matter what, we will deal with whatever comes our way. If they offend us, we will punish them. Yu Yin patted his hand and softly transmitted her voice. Ruwei Ming, the burly man, couldn't help but ask when he saw Yun Nuoxing and the others in deep thought. "Little brother, what's the matter?" When Yun Nuoxing first heard this name, he spat out a mouthful of tea on the cone-shaped table in front of him. Yu Yin laughed until she cried on the spot. She laughed until she hugged Yun Nuoxing and didn't know what to say. This name didn't match this person's nature at all. "It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something." Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea and shook his head with a smile. He rolled his eyes twice and asked, "Brother Ruwei, what about you? You don't look like someone who lives in a small town. Could it be that something happened?" Hearing Yun Nuoxing ask him, Ruwei Ming seemed to have his thoughts pierced and was stunned. After a moment, he let out a heavy sigh and smiled bitterly. "I was thrown out to gain experience. In the end, I was accidentally sent to this place and can't go back. Thrown out? Can't go back?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Ruwei Ming smiled bitterly and nodded, then explained in detail. The Red Star Academy had been passed down since the ancient times. It was the highest level academy in the entire Taiyuan region and was known as a sacred academy. It gathered the most talented young elites in the entire Taiyuan region. It was unknown how many cultivators came out of this academy. Many people fought to get in, but couldn't get in. It was said that the acceptance rate was less than 1% and the graduation rate was less than 1%. It was 100% hell, no a demon world academy. Ruwei Ming, on the other hand, came from this devilish academy. His strength was quite high as he was only 25 years old, but was already at the 8 extremities mortal realm. Even though he was only at the 5th transformation, to cultivators, 25 years old was still considered a young age. I'm crying. I'm only 23 years old, and I'm already in this unfamiliar, remote, and strange place. Wei Ming's was so worried about his family that he nearly burst into tears. Even little Ming Ming couldn't help but comfort him. "Sister, I'm only 21. Pointing at herself, Yu Yin stuck out her tongue and transmitted to Yun Nuoxing. "My age is unknown." Yun Nuoxing shook her head. Although she looked like she was only 14 or 15 years old, her real age was unknown. Red Star Academy, that Red Star. When she first heard this name, Yu Yin was stunned for a long time. After she reacted, her beautiful eyes surged with desire as she stared at Ruwei Ming with envy. I don't think anyone else in the Taiyuan region would dare to use this name. It's the only one. Ruwei Ming sighed and nodded. Yun Nuoxing turned her head. It was the first time she saw Yuen, so excited. She couldn't help but be startled. Then she asked softly, "You want to go?" Yuen nodded and said, "The Red Star Academy has the strongest fire element profound technique, the flame demon burning the heavens secret art. Even those big forces want to get their hands on it. But because of the deterrence of the Red Star Academy, no one dares to mess around. They can only send their disciples to learn it, hoping that one day they can get their hands on it." "Then let's go." Yun Nuashing tilted her head, took a sip of tea, and said. Yuen was startled. She shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "Even if we go, we might not be able to get it. If it's really such a precious, profound technique, how could it be passed down to others so casually? It's said that even the people from the Fire God Shrine didn't get it. But if we don't go, we'll never get it." Yun Nuashing stuck her tongue out and said with a smile, since it was something she wanted, he naturally wouldn't refuse to pursue it with her. But Yuen, who had never hesitated at this moment, just as she wanted to say something. She was interrupted by Yun Nuashing. "Sister, if you want it, then go get it. I'll go with you." Yun Nuashing laughed. Sighing, Yuen didn't say anything else. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing with a trace of gratitude. She was also a fire element cultivator. Like many others, she was very interested in the flame demon burning the heavens secret art. If she could get it, her future path would be much smoother. "You want to go to the academy too?" Hearing the two of them talking, Rui Ming was a little startled and couldn't help but ask, "Let's go for a walk. We don't have anything else to do anyway, and—" Yun Nuashing shrugged. Anyway, the Red Star Academy was very close to the center of the Source Peak region, which meant that it wasn't far from Xingming City. It was equivalent to going there on the way. Since that was the case, there was nothing wrong with going there. Moreover, seeing Yu Yin's excited look, Yun Nuashing wanted to help her. "Little brother, it's not that I want to say this, but let's not talk about whether or not we can go in. Just based on our current position, we don't know how many years it will take for us to reach the Red Star Academy." Rui Ming retracted his chin from the table and swallowed his saliva with difficulty as he laughed. "The roads are connected. Then there will be a day when we will be able to reach it." Sipping a mouthful of tea, Yun Nuashing said with a faint smile. He didn't put the astronomical distance in his eyes at all. "Little brother, this one has lost." Rui Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he cupped his hands. He had stayed in this god-forsaken place for a few years and was vexed as he didn't know how to go back. However, Yun Nuashing directly said, "I will walk there." This made him prostrate himself in admiration. That distance was something that ordinary people would never be able to cover. Even cultivators would have to fly for countless years. "Brother, you must be joking." Yun Nuashing gave a small laugh. It had been more than 3 years since they left Xingling City. If he could endure for 3 years, then he should be able to endure for a few hundred years. "Big brother, I want to sleep." Ming, who was sitting at the side, suddenly yawned. She looked at the dishes left on the table with reluctance. Then she climbed onto Yun Nuashing's lap and sat down. Her small hands tightly grabbed onto his clothes. "Little lazy pig, you only know how to sleep." Yun Nuashing reached out and scratched Ming's nose. He dotingly hugged her in his arms and adjusted her position so that she could sleep more comfortably. Chapter 78. Didn't the Red Star Academy give you any emergency items? After coaxing Ming to sleep peacefully, Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at Rui Ming, who was blinking his eyes. He did not believe that the Red Star Academy would not leave any emergency items for the students. Source Peak region was incomparably huge. There would always be some small or big accidents, right? Hearing Yun Nuashing's words, Rui Ming suddenly trembled, as if he suddenly thought of something. He slapped his forehead with a look of regret. "Don't tell me you forgot." Seeing him like this, Yun Nuashing knew that his guess was not far from the truth. If there really was, then they could hitch a ride. After all, although it was said that one day they would arrive. But who knew when this one day would arrive? Rui Ming nodded his head awkwardly and took out a golden-red token from his emerald-green thumb ring. On it was written a large red word, and there was a faint wave of energy coming out, which shocked Yun Nuashing. This is... Receiving the token, Yun Nuashing examined it for a while. His evil spirit eye automatically operated, and he took a look at the inside of the token. Then he was stunned. A token that was only the size of a palm, and inside it was an extremely complicated array. The complexity of the array was astonishing. Even if Yun Nuashing saw it, he could not help but feel a little dizzy. This was a huge array condensed into the size of a palm. I'm going to faint. After looking at it for a while, Yun Nuashing quickly kept his evil spirit eye, rubbed his sore eyes, and threw the token back to Rui Ming. Although he only took a glance at it, he still recognized what it was used for. Therefore, the way he looked at Rui Ming changed instantly. "Little brother, what's wrong?" Seeing Yun Nuashing looking at him with a pitiful look, Rui Ming asked nervously. "I said you deserved it." Yun Nuashing face-bombed. Ah! Rui Ming did not know what was going on and was confused. "This is AF * King teleportation token. Why were you trapped here for so many years?" Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes in exasperation. The array formation contained an extremely rich spatial energy, and there were even a few small array formations that were used for positioning purposes. Therefore, it could only be used for teleportation. Perhaps it could directly send them back to the Red Star Academy. Rui Ming's mouth opened into an oval shape, and he pulled at the old elder with an expression of extreme shock, causing Yun Nuashing to sigh even more. From the looks of it, he had definitely forgotten. Heavens! Oh, the earth! Heavenly King, Jade Maiden, Lord Lingbao, why was it like this? "You pulled me." Rui Ming couldn't help but howl in grief. Stop, stop! Yun Nuashing covered Ming's ears with her hands in horror. She rolled her eyes at him and quickly interrupted his shocking singing. "Woo, woo, woo, woo. I haven't seen my parents for so many years. My sister, my brother, woo, 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 woo." Rui Ming immediately stopped, but he couldn't help but lie on the table and sob softly. He had an iron-blooded and tender look. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but want to scold him. This burly man was crying like a dog. Was there a mistake? She knew there was something wrong with this scene. Cry your sister. I can't even find someone to cry with. If you still have someone to miss, you should be content. After saying that, she slapped him on the head. How could a grown man cry? However, Yun Nuashing wasn't a person who knew how to comfort others, but she still subconsciously wanted to comfort him. "Little brother, what are you doing?" Rui Ming was a little dazed from the slap, and he seemed to hear something from Yun Nuashing's words. He immediately raised his head and casually wiped away the tears on his face. He was a little stunned. There was no one to miss? It's nothing. Yun Nuashing realized that she had lost her composure, and her face turned red. She ignored the confused Rui Ming and turned her head away. Just as she was about to raise her chopsticks to eat something, her outstretched hand suddenly froze. Yun Nuashing was a little dazed when she saw that the table was clean. She swallowed her saliva and looked at Yun. She saw that she was gently stroking her stomach with a satisfied expression and couldn't help but burp. "Oh, I saw that you guys were having fun chatting, so I could only eat to kill time," Yun said cutely as she covered her rosy lips in embarrassment. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as her lips trembled, and she said with difficulty, "Sis, you'll get fat if you eat like this." "Hey, stinky brat, are you cursing me? If I really get fat, you'll have to take responsibility for me." Yun raised her hand and gave him a knock on the head as she laughed and scolded him. She was dumbfounded and didn't know what was wrong with her. This time, it was Rui Ming's turn to be speechless. He then looked at Yun Nuashing with a little envy, his eyes full of desire. "What's wrong?" Seeing his creepy smile, Yun Nuoxing shivered and asked with a smile. Rui Ming scratched his head, his eyes sweeping over Yu Yin and Ming Ming. Then he looked at Yun Nuoxing and said with a smile, "Little brother, you're really lucky." At the end, there was still a sentence that he did not say out loud. In his heart, he said, "One on the right, one in his arms. They're really the role models of our generation." Ah. Yun Nuoxing was at a loss and didn't know what was going on. However, she didn't pursue the matter and asked directly, "When do you plan to return to the Red Star Academy?" The order badge belonged to someone else, after all. If Yun Nuoxing and the others wanted to go to the Red Star Academy, they would have to rely on Rui Ming. Now, immediately. He slapped the table with his big hand and stood up excitedly. His bell-sized eyes were filled with impatience. All right. Yun Nuoxing spread out her hands and didn't object. She was also clear about Rui Ming's impatience and naturally wouldn't say anything. After leaving the restaurant, the three of them came to a forest outside the town. Rui Ming took out the golden red order badge and was stunned. He embarrassedly handed it over to Yun Nuoxing and said with a smile, "I don't know how to use this." Damn. Her handsome face twitched and Yun Nuoxing stared at him speechlessly. After a long time, she took the order badge and slowly inserted a trace of golden energy into it. Wow. As the energy was inserted to a certain extent, the order badge emitted a slight, buzzing sound. A faint silver spatial energy circulated on the surface of the order badge, causing the surrounding space to ripple like water. Holding the order badge in her hand, she drew a line in the air in front of her. Suddenly, a silver passage appeared in the air. The silver light flickered and enveloped the four of them. Then the passage flashed slightly and brought the four of them straight to the sky. It's actually not a teleportation gate. Yun Nuoxing looked at the silver passage with a little surprise. The scenery below had become very blurry and had almost become a slender curve. Yun Nuoxing then realized that this wasn't a teleportation gate, but a teleportation passage. Although there was a difference of 2 words, the effect was very different. A teleportation gate, as the name suggested, was a spatial door. After passing through it, one would directly reach the destination without the slightest delay. Basically, there wouldn't be any accidents. It was like connecting 2 places and folding them together like a piece of paper, reducing the distance between them to 0. As for a teleportation passage, it was a spatial tunnel. It twisted the space and shortened the distance. However, this kind of passage wasn't as stable as a teleportation gate. Moreover, it was much slower than a teleportation gate. One would arrive at the destination in an instant, while the other would take some time. However, the array of a teleportation gate was very complicated. It could make a beginner god dizzy, their breathing become erratic, their limbs go numb, their blood pressure skyrocket, their nerves go haywire, their central nervous system short-circuit, and directly collapse. Therefore, there were basically no forces that could mass-produce the array of a teleportation gate, especially the small ones. Most of them built a large teleportation platform to open the gate. Portable teleportation gates are only available to elders. Special students can choose to learn it. At the same time, they have to be proficient in the arrangement of spatial coordinates. Otherwise, you won't know how to use it. Who knows where it will send you? Rui Ming scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "I'm just an advanced student. I don't have the ability to get it. You actually have it." Yun Nuoxing was shocked. Although she didn't know much about it, she vaguely knew how complicated the array of a teleportation gate was. Otherwise, in the entire Taiyuan region, it wouldn't only be found in Xingming City. However, the Red Star Academy actually had a portable small teleportation gate. That was a must-have for traveling. Yes, after all, the Red Star Academy has been passed down since the ancient times. During that time, there have been many amazing people. It's actually not strange to have these. Rui Ming said until here. Suddenly he was in awe. His serious look made Yun Nuoxing's face twitch. The Red Star Academy is divided into 8 major faculties: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, metal, and lightning. There are also optional faculties: alchemy, forging, charms, and arrays. The 8 major faculties are compulsory for every student. They follow the rules of their own element. As for the optional faculties, as long as you have the ability, there is no problem. There is also no restriction. You can only participate in one of them. If you want to become an alchemist, you can become an alchemist. The Red Star Academy is very big. It's almost the size of a city. I'm not too sure how many students there are. Although it's in the Taiyuan region, there are basically people from the 4 main regions and the Divine Continent. There are no restrictions on this, other than people from all over the world. There are also people from various races. It's just that humans are the majority. The academy doesn't have any specific restrictions, other than not being able to bring your background in and not being able to kill anyone. You can do whatever you want. The academy will also let some students go out to gain experience on a regular basis. You can choose your own region. There are no restrictions on whether it's a single person or a group. Every student will receive this token before they leave. Because there are many places to go, many people choose to go to some very remote places. The token is given to the students to gain experience and return. Along the way, Rui Ming kept explaining the various things about the Red Star Academy. He knew that Yun Nuashing and the others might also enter the Red Star Academy. With their talents, they would be able to enter without any accidents. It was better to know them early. Located at the center of the Source Peak region, at the intersection of several large cities, the ancient academy, whose name shook the entire god realm, quietly stood there, emitting an aura of vicissitudes of life. The exterior of the academy was quite gorgeous. Aside from a few ancient buildings, everything else seemed to have been newly renovated and built. The academy's reputation and extraordinary strength caused some large forces to be afraid of it. Students from all over the world gathered here. Thousands of races stood in great numbers. Here, geniuses were beaten to the level of mortals. There were tens of thousands of them. Their families' power and reputation had become a thing of the past. The only thing they could rely on was themselves. All the students who had struggled to cross the 1% demonic line entered the Red Star Academy. Looking at the cute little girl who was hugging a doll, she said a few simple sentences in a clear voice. If you are a dragon, you can soar. If you are a tiger, you can leap. If you are a dragon, you can do so. If you are a dragon, you can do so. If you are a tiger, you can do so. If you want to jump, you can do so. Under the circumstances that no one dies, we will only watch from the sidelines. However, you can only rely on yourself. If you dare to use your family's power to take revenge, the Red Star Academy will take you in. It doesn't matter if you were a dragon or a phoenix. Here, you are just a worm. Worm. You are only fit to lie quietly at the side. The little girl suddenly exploded with an imposing aura. These 3 short sentences were engraved in the hearts of all the students, and they firmly remembered them. Chapter 79. This was a world dominated by the color white. Heavy snow swirled in the air, and all the mountains were covered in ice and snow. At the top of a small mountain, a slight fluctuation suddenly appeared. The surrounding space rippled like water, and even the snow was distorted by this fluctuation, flying chaotically. The fluctuations continued for a while, and then a silver crack slowly expanded. In a few breaths of time, it became the size of a door. Then, a 3-meter-tall figure suddenly stepped out of the spatial passage, staring at this white world. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. Achoo! Behind the strong man, a boy wrapped in a black windbreaker walked out. He immediately sneezed loudly, and his body trembled violently. Looking at the place, his face instantly squeezed together. This is the Red Star Academy? Is there a mistake in the location? Behind him, Yu Yin, who was dressed in a fiery red robe, also walked out. Blinking her beautiful eyes, She looked around and couldn't help but say, how could that transcendent academy, whose name shook the entire god realm, be located in such a desolate place? Ah, it's definitely not here. There must have been a problem with the teleportation. There must have been a slight deviation. Rui Ming looked around and said, this was not the first time such a deviation had occurred. Looking at it now, it was not a big deal. Deviation? What kind of deviation? Is there a distance missing? Yun Nuashing instinctively felt that something was wrong. I think maybe the angle of the orbit is a little off. Rui Ming rubbed his palms together, his forehead sweating profusely. He looked at Yun Nuashing with a little apprehension. Angle deviation. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was so shocked that she almost flipped the mountain over. Angle deviation? Mother****, that's 100 million. If it was a little off, who knew where it would end up? This is a common thing. After all, it is not stable, Rui Ming said as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. At the end, he added, actually not being locked in the passage this time is already the best misfortune. Tell me in the Red Star Academy who is researching these things. I'll go talk to him about life. Yun Nuashing face-bombed. She looked like she didn't believe in miracles anymore. Why was it still locked in the passageway? What was the developer's motive? It would be fun if they flew across an entire origin region. We are already used to it. Rui Ming patted him on the shoulder. The sinister smile on his face made Yun Nuashing's hair stand on end. It took the three of them 2 hours to fly out of this snowy region. Looking at the lush forest below, Yun Nuashing sighed. Looking at the snowy mountain, she recalled what had happened when she was looking for snow crystals. When he thought of this, he remembered that the stone egg had been dormant for more than a year. It did not emit any fluctuations, and only the flickering array on its surface was slowly absorbing energy, seemingly without end. Yun Nuashing and the others did not have to spend too much effort to see a city standing tall in the distant horizon. Looking at the scale of the city, it seemed to be very large, but they did not know if it was one of the 4 cities that surrounded the Red Star Academy. Phew! Fortunately, our luck is not bad this time. We found the city so quickly. It is said that there was a senior who was sent to a place called Shankara. It was a barren place, and it took him 10 years to walk out. Rui Ming patted his chest and said with lingering fear, the god realm was very big. Although after so many years of development, most of the regions had been developed, but there were still many undeveloped, barren areas. The area was not small, and most of them were inhabited by magical beasts and monsters. There were very few people. Yun Nuashing. It is said that there were people who were mistakenly sent to the forbidden area. They narrowly escaped death and returned to the academy. Yin. It seems that there was an elder who was thrown out of the god realm. He wandered in the universe for a few hundred years before returning. Ming. It seems. Rui Ming touched his chin and was about to say something. Enough, don't say any more. We will never use this thing again, even if we are beaten to death. Yun Nuashing, Yin, and Ming hurriedly interrupted Rui Ming. After hearing so much, they were determined that they would never use this thing to travel through space again. Compared to this unreliable method, they would rather fly there. If they were not careful, they would be thrown into outer space. Star Moon City was located to the north of the Red Star Academy. It was one of the 4 major cities that surrounded it. It was said that this was the best place to admire the moon in the Taiyuan region. Many people came here because of its reputation, and it seemed like a place for leisure. Although it was a city in the north, it was still a distance away from the Red Star Academy. At least, with Yun Nuashing and the others' abilities, they would still need to fly for a month. After entering the city, Rui Ming kept patting his chest with his palms that were the size of a praying mat. He kept muttering, Buddha bless! Amitabha, immeasurable deity, Lingbao deity. Yun Nuashing looked at Rui Ming, who was extremely nervous ever since he entered the city. She could not help but roll her eyes. Was there a need to be so nervous and excited? It seemed like he was really frightened by the inferior products of the Red Star Academy. When people mentioned Star Moon City, they would think of the full moon. With such a famous city in the Taiyuan region, Yun Nuashing and the others wanted to stay and take a look. Especially for a starry sky lover like Yun Nuashing. How could they not see the so-called most beautiful starry sky? However, when Yu-Yin heard this reason, she could not help but roll her eyes at him. She laughed at him for being a little brat. This time they made an exception and did not stay in an inn. Instead, they booked a courtyard in the suburbs. It was at the edge of Star Moon City and would not be too noisy. This was the best choice for Yun Nuashing and the others who liked peace and quiet. Quiet like a virgin, moving like a fleeing rabbit. Yu-Yin nodded her head. She was very satisfied with using this sentence to describe Yun Nuashing. She had basically grasped his personality, and it was a good choice for her to describe him. Yun Nuashing looked at her with hidden bitterness. Like the stars in the sky, you can look at them from afar but cannot pick them up. Ming thought about it and described it this way. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. When they all looked at Rui Ming, he pretended to be profound and muttered that something was wrong as he walked out. The realm of the gods was a very strange place. It was a flat world. But the unknown creator had used a divine ability to distort it into the appearance of a normal planet. Looking at it from high up in the sky, one could clearly see the curve of the planet. If that's the case, why didn't the myriad god world become a planet in the beginning, but a flat? Yun Nuashing looked up at the starry sky and asked, puzzled, wouldn't that save a lot of effort? Why did it have to be like this? How would I know why it was like this? Yu-Yin rolled her eyes and threw a sentence at his face. On the side, Rui Ming also spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know. The horizon was gradually dyed purple by the moonlight. That night, as expected, it was a full moon night. 2 round discs slowly climbed up from the horizon, occupying almost the entire sky. They appeared to be countless times larger than other places. Countless stars surrounded the 2 moons, as if they were silently guarding them. At this moment, countless stars shone with the most dazzling light, crossing the endless distance and descending upon the myriad god world. This trip was not in vain. Yun Nuashing stared at the sea of stars. His pitch-black eyes stared at the crisscrossing ribbons of light that emitted a mysterious light under the purple night sky, reflecting the scene of the universe. In the end, Yun Nuashing brought the 3 of them straight into the sky. They soared into the clouds until they couldn't go any higher. The 2 millstone-sized moons were right in front of them, almost within reach. Their size was no more than a speck of dust to them. So beautiful. Yun Nuashing hugged Ming. The 6 wings on his back were lifted up by the wind. His robes fluttered in the wind as he stared at the starry sky without blinking. There was a trace of intoxication on his handsome face. At the same time, in a mountain range in the distance, a giant palace tens of thousands of feet tall stood at the peak of a mountain like a giant pillar supporting the sky. It seemed to be directly connected to the sky, holding up the sky. The entire palace was snow white. The purple moonlight shone on the bright white walls, but didn't dye them any color. The walls didn't have any marks on them, but they exuded an ancient aura. 5 young figures stood at the edge of the cliff in front of the palace. They were all dressed in white. As the wind blew, their auras were ethereal and otherworldly. They were like immortals who had descended to the mortal world. Their eyes reflected the stars, and there was a sense of vicissitudes that didn't match their appearances. It was as if they had seen through everything in the world. In front of these people, a little girl who looked no more than 10 years old stood quietly at the edge of the cliff. She was holding a brown cloth doll in her hands. It was fair and translucent, and there wasn't any expression on her quiet little face. Her silk-like, waist-length light blue hair was tied into a ponytail on the right side of her head, fluttering in the wind. Her eyes, which should have been filled with liveliness, were as deep as the universe, making it impossible for people to see through them. Her ink-black pupils reflected the light of the stars, and she was very beautiful. Although she seemed to be in the prime of her life, she didn't have a trace of the vitality that a child should have. She only had a mysterious and peaceful temperament. Her limpid eyes suddenly trembled. The stars in the sky seemed to have dimmed for a moment, but they quickly returned to normal. A trace of doubt appeared on the girl's face for the first time in a long time. "Xianyin, what's wrong?" Behind the girl, a beautiful and refined woman heard the girl's soft voice and was also a little surprised. It seemed that it had been many years, and there was almost nothing in the world that could affect their emotions. It was rare to hear the girl's soft voice with a trace of doubt. This was a very strange thing. "It seems like a special star has appeared in the night sky." The girl called Xian furrowed her brows. She didn't know why, but there was a trace of restlessness in her heart. "Special star?" When the 5 people in white heard this, they were all a little surprised. They looked at each other for a moment, not knowing what she was talking about. "Maybe I saw wrongly." The girl shook her head gently. She stared at the 2 bright moons, and her limpid eyes became calm again. After a moment, she said softly, "How is the quality of this batch of new students?" "It's much better than the previous batch. It's still according to the standards of the past, but the number has increased by a lot. Some of the big shots from the other origin regions have sent people. I reckon that this batch of students will be very competitive." The beautiful woman thought for a while before slowly saying, "Is it another batch of golden years? The years are long, and it's like waking up from a dream. Thousands of years have passed, and yet another era has passed. I'm also tired of this kind of life." The girl whispered to herself and sighed softly. The 5 people were silent. They had lived for a long time, and they seemed to be a little tired of it. There was no destination, no meaning in the journey, and no meaning in existence. There was only endless waiting, like walking corpses. What was the meaning of such a life? "Inin, you should go out for a walk sometimes. Go to the lower realm. Go to different worlds and relax. You'll get moldy if you're always cooped up here." A handsome man scratched his head, and his high ponytail went from the back of his head to his chest. He looked at the girl and said with a gentle voice, "If there's no one to accompany me, I might as well go to sleep." The girl shook her head, and her thin chin rested on the head of the rag doll. There was no expression on her face. Her eyes flickered a few times, as if she wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. "Let's go. There are still 2 more days. When the matters of the new students are settled, I'll also go." The girl turned around and slowly lifted her small feet to walk toward the palace. Before she finished speaking, her small, delicate body suddenly trembled. The tremor was so great that the other 5 people could see it clearly. The girl suddenly turned around, and her limpid eyes looked at the starry sky with some panic. Her heart throbbed inexplicably, and that feeling of restlessness became more and more clear. It made sense if it happened once, but it didn't make sense if it happened twice. She knew that to them, this was definitely not an illusion. "There's a star that's disturbing my heart." The girl looked up uneasily and looked at the sea of stars. She was a little restless, and it was unknown what she felt. "Me too, I feel the same. Could it be that something happened in the starry sky?" The 5 people looked at each other and said in a strange tone, "This feeling couldn't have come out of nowhere. With their level of cultivation, how could there be an illusion? Since there wasn't, then it could only be that something big had happened. There's no abnormal energy, fluctuation in the starry sky, and I don't feel anything too special." The girl closed her eyes and said, "Where's old man Tianji?" "He's still in seclusion, and he can't come out for the time being." The girl looked at the starry sky again and sighed. She turned around and walked toward the palace, and her crisp voice stayed where it was. "Forget it. What's going to happen will happen. Don't bother about it." Chapter 80. Let's go. Early in the morning, in the outskirts of Star Moon City, a golden longbow that was 100 feet long soared into the sky, carrying 3 youthful youths and a little girl. Following the sound of laughter, the golden longbow transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, rushing towards the distant south, using a divine weapon as a tool. How extravagant! This is definitely the most extravagant thing I've ever seen. On the golden longbow, a tall and muscular man laughed heartily. A gust of wind blew past, causing his black hair to flutter behind him. His bell-like eyes were wide open, and his appearance was extremely ferocious. Please don't say this kind of ridicule with a smiling expression. Yun Nuashing was so excited that he let out a long howl towards the sky. His howl traveled a few thousand meters, and his handsome face that was filled with arrogance slightly raised towards the sun. Aren't I just excited? You two are crazy. Yu-een sat cross-legged at the side, looking at the two people who were so excited that it was as if they were injected with dragon's blood. She could not help but laugh and scold Yun Nuashing with her jade-like hand. Big brother is broken. Ming was still hanging on Yun Nuashing's chest. At this time his small eyes were tightly closed, and he pulled Yun Nuashing's windbreaker to block the incoming cold wind. His small mouth pouted as he muttered, "Ming, Big brother's brain must have gone haywire." Yun Nuashing laughed heartily, not knowing what he was so excited about. Ming, so what are you two so excited about? Did you take an aphrodisiac? Yu-een frowned and pulled Yun Nuashing to sit down. She gave him a knock on the head and lightly reprimanded him. "Ha-ha." Yun Nuashing smirked as he scratched his head. Only then did he calm down. His handsome face had an unconcealable excitement as he said, "No, it's just that we've arrived at the Scarlet Star Academy. We're close to the center of the Source Peak region, and Star Underworld City is just to the right of the Academy. Just thinking about it makes me extremely excited." Originally, he was still calculating what level of cultivation he needed to reach Xingming City. In the end, he was already close to it. Xingming City, the teleportation gate, and the divine land were already at his fingertips. He didn't need to calculate anything. How could he not be excited? "You're making a fuss over nothing." Yu-een covered her mouth and laughed. She pulled his head over and rubbed it hard. Rui Ming took a few deep breaths before sitting down and smiling at Yun Nuashing. "It's said to be on the right, but Xingming City is still a bit far from the academy. However, it's not that far. We'll reach it in about a month." Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. A month's distance was nothing to him. After all, he had walked for 3 years since he left Xingling City. Why would he be afraid of a short month? With such a leisurely journey, their speed would naturally be slower. However, they weren't in a hurry. After all, they were still traveling. However, I forgot. There are only 2 days left until the assessment for this batch of new students. Rui Ming suddenly slapped his face. The sound of the slap was very loud, and he said in a panic, "Huh." Yun Nuashing and Yu-een were both stunned. The latter was even a little stunned. 2 days? But there was still a month's journey from here to the academy. Yun Nuashing's long eyebrows furrowed. He glanced at Yu-een, nodded fiercely, and shouted, "Sit tight. Let's go." Ah, Rui Ming was stunned. On the other hand, Yu-een consciously hugged Yun Nuashing. Ming also pressed her little face tightly into his chest. The two of them realized what was going to happen in the next second. Just as Yun Nuashing finished speaking, the dazzling golden elements surged wildly from his body and poured into the golden bow. Then the golden bow paused slightly. The speed suddenly seemed to cut through space. It turned into a golden ray of light and flashed across the horizon. Its speed had reached an unprecedented peak. The light elements were close to the maximum speed. It could be said that it was chasing the stars and the moon. The scenery below was pulled into a blurry shadow, and nothing could be seen clearly. Furthermore, they could also hear a burst of broken screams. However, although the journey was crazy, Yun Nuashing, in order to maintain the use of the light elements, constantly ate the stored pills. The energy absorption array was always in an active state, and the mysterious crystal was also placed out. Everywhere it passed, the energy of heaven and earth became chaotic, attracting the attention of some people. However, they did not allow them to take a closer look. It disappeared from everyone's line of sight, causing everyone to be stunned. Today was the last day of registration for the Red Star Academy. Although not everyone would be able to enter the Red Star Academy, it was still possible to register. The first test would screen out a batch, and the second test would eliminate another batch. Only those who remained would have the qualifications to enter the Red Star Academy. Moreover, it seemed that the difficulty was not low. Otherwise, there would not be a 1% acceptance rate. Outside Red Star City, in the temporary camp, the number of people who came to register was huge. Red Star City was already crowded with people, and it was not good to casually let so many people in. Moreover, at this time the crooks were mixed in with the honest folk. If they were thrown into the city, who knew what would happen? Therefore, the registration place was not in the academy, nor was it in Red Star City. It was arranged in a place outside the city. In the camp, rows of tents were neatly arranged. A faint energy, light, shrouded the place. It was unknown if there were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people moving together. It was as if this temporary camp had turned into a small town. Between the scattered tents, many young figures were chatting and laughing as they wandered around. There were also some old peddlers who were drinking and selling here. It was very lively. Everyone's eyes would faintly look at the front of the camp. There were only a few wooden tables, a few wooden chairs, and a few youths holding pen and paper sitting on the chairs. In front of the chairs, the crowd had already formed a long line. Looking at the youths sitting on the chairs, their eyes were filled with undisguised excitement and envy. Although it was called registration, it could also be regarded as a simple test. Only those who were qualified to write their names on the white rice paper would be qualified to write their names with hope. Those who are over 21 years old or have not reached the first level of the mortal stage do not need to line up. Be aware that there are many people and do not hinder others. Sitting on the chair, a red robe was fluttering in the breeze. In front of his chest, there were 2 golden stripes with a large golden chi character. Obviously, this was a student of the Red Star Academy. However, this student's face was filled with impatience. It seemed that he was impatient with this task. The tone of his voice was also not pleasant to listen to, and was even a little aggressive. However, on his face, he was trying his best to maintain a smile. On his forehead and cheeks, the veins were bulging. His gaze slowly swept across the long line, and a deep sense of disgust flashed past the depths of his eyes. Among the 100,000 people, almost half of them were people who were not qualified. If they were not old enough, then they were not strong enough. I have already explained the rules completely. Why are you still wasting time? Waving his hand to dismiss a dejected person, this youth with a decent appearance fiercely cursed in his heart. This was simply a waste of his time. All right, let's finish this quickly and leave. These few days my bones are about to break. I don't know if I can use them to make soup. A youth beside him sighed. His hand was numb as he raised a pen and wrote a name on the paper. When the person in front of him left with a face full of excitement, he secretly sent a message to that person. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have agreed to participate in this registration meeting that day. Now it seems that I only have myself to blame. The rather beautiful woman in the middle supported her cheek with her jade-like hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fatigue as she looked at the registrant, who was walking over confidently. She couldn't help but send a voice transmission. I must have gone crazy to come here. The man beside her also sighed and sent a message. Just like this, the few of them sent a message to each other, slowly wearing down the long curved line. Stacks of rice paper were also stacked on the table, filled with rows of names. The sun slowly descended near the horizon. The fiery red light projected to the world. dyeing the earth and the white clouds into a fiery red. The warm light shone into the camp and gently fell on the faces of the exhausted youths. The faint warmth seemed to quietly dissolve their fatigue. "Is there anyone else who wants to sign up?" The few of them let out a long sigh. The youth who first showed impatience was now lowering his head and burying it in the table. His tired voice was transmitted into the camp. Although it was not loud, it rang clearly in everyone's ears. His voice reverberated for a while before the man shouted again. However, he didn't see anyone coming out of the tents. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. After resting for a moment, his loud voice resounded again. "Those who have signed up today will take the first test here before noon tomorrow. Only those who pass will." Just as the man was narrating these words mechanically, an anxious shout suddenly came from afar, interrupting his words. "Wait a moment!" When everyone heard this shout that spread throughout the camp, they were all stunned. Their gazes uniformly turned towards the direction of the voice, curious as to who this person was. At this moment, the youth who was suddenly interrupted instantly frowned. His gaze was ice-cold as he looked towards the horizon. The others also struggled to raise their heads, curious as to who the person who shouted was. Just as everyone's eyes were flickering, a clear roar suddenly surged over from afar. At the beginning, the roar was faintly discernible and intermittent as though it did not exist. However, in an instant it arrived with a bang. Finally, it appeared as though the air had exploded as thunder furiously rumbled over the entire campsite. The clear whistle was like thunder rolling over. Just as everyone was astonished, 1,000 feet large golden light pillar appeared from the horizon, accompanied by a sonic boom. An ear-piercing whistle reverberated in the sky above the camp. Boom! The light pillar collided with the empty space at the front of the camp. Immediately, dust exploded in front of the few youths. Numerous arm-thick cracks spread out on the ground, spreading to the edge of the camp. The flying sand and dust caused everyone to hurriedly cover their mouths and noses, after which they curiously gathered around, wanting to see who the last person to arrive was. The impatient youth furrowed his brows tightly. He gently waved his sleeves, and a stream of air covered up all the sand and dust, gradually revealing the situation inside. A woman in red, fluttering clothes appeared in the dust, and the surrounding dust could not get close to her. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, untainted by a trace of smoke and fire, causing those who saw her to involuntarily take a few more glances as they clicked their tongues in admiration. At this moment, a youth was being supported by the woman. Half of his pitch-black hair had shed its lustrous black color, turning into snow-white strands that draped over his back. His handsome and transparent face was filled with unconcealable weakness and fatigue. His golden eyes were somewhat lax, and his slightly knitted brows gave off a feeling of tender affection. The newcomers were naturally Yun Nuoxing's group, who had been rushing over with all their might. However, at this moment, the group was in a somewhat bad state. Rui Ming was currently lying on the ground, retching. This was the first time he had experienced the speed of the light element, causing him to suffer greatly. Furthermore, he had to suffer for 2 whole days, which was simply torture to him. Yu'in was still fine. She had suffered quite a bit from the light element and already had a bit of resistance. On the other hand, Yun Nuoxing, who had been rushing over with all her might, was already exhausted to the point of death. Chapter 81. Yun Nuoxing wiped his sweat and patted his dizzy head. He smiled at Yu'in and said, "Hurry up and go. Don't worry about me for now. I'm fine." "Little star, you're not going?" Yu'in saw that he was urging her to go and immediately pulled him back, frowning. "There's no need." Yun Nuoxing tilted his head. Half of his black hair had already turned white. He grinned and said, "I never thought of entering the Red Star Academy. Little brother, you're not going?" At this time, Rui Ming, who was vomiting at the side, was also stunned. So many people were trying their best to get in, but Yun Nuashing actually said that he was not going. I'm not in a hurry to raise my strength. Moreover, the academy is a place full of rules and regulations. Maybe it's not suitable for my wanton nature. Yun Nuashing smiled tiredly and patted Yu Yin's head. Then you're not going to accompany me? With a gloomy expression, Yu Yin sighed. Mei Mao looked deeply at Yun Nuashing, her tone somewhat pleading. She did not know if she would be able to obtain the flame demon burning the heavens manual. Even if she could, she did not know how long it would take. What if it took a long time? Yun Nuashing had always been heading towards the divine continent, searching for his own origins. She had no reason to ask him to give up and stay behind to accompany her. Feeling Yu Yin's pleading and gloomy tone, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He knew what she was worried about. Although she usually referred to herself as Big Sister in front of him, but in reality, she was still a little girl who was afraid of loneliness. In the end, he smiled and said, Big Sister, don't worry. I will wait for you to successfully obtain the flame demon burning the heavens manual. Before that, I will not go far. Maybe it will take a long time. Don't worry about me. Yu Yin shook her head. She had no reason to bind him here. He had his journey, and she had her goal. Perhaps in the end they would have to part ways. Yun Nuashing shook her head and patted her head. She smiled and said, I said that I would wait for you, so I will wait. Perhaps the past is not as important as the present. Although he wanted to find his identity, he couldn't give up everything he had now. After saying that, Yun Nuashing did not wait for Yu Yin to respond. He forcefully turned her body around, and with a gentle wave of his palm, pushed her over and then smiled. At the side, Rui Ming sighed and didn't say anything. He had his own path, and nothing could be forced. Yu Yin sighed and allowed this gentle force to push her back until she was in front of the few people. She gently lowered her body and glanced at the few people. Her voice was indifferent as she said, I'm here to sign up. A few veins popped out on the forehead of that impatient young man. Not only did these two people arrive in the end, but they also interrupted his speech. In the end, they didn't even have the slightest bit of respect for him. This caused an unknown flame to suddenly rise up in his heart. He fiercely clenched his fists in his sleeves. He tried to make his voice as calm as possible as he said, The time has already passed. Exceeding the time limit will not be dealt with. As soon as he finished speaking, not only was everyone stunned, even the other young men who had been sitting there for the entire day were stunned. They didn't know what he was up to. How can that be? The time limit is today. Isn't it not over yet? Yu Yin couldn't help but feel anxious when she heard that. Yun Nuashing had risked her life to get here. It clearly wasn't over yet. So how could it be over just like that? I'm sorry. This is the rule. The young man shook his head. His voice was cold. Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows. She could clearly hear the malice in that voice. Thus, she went forward and said softly, The time limit hasn't passed. Logically speaking, you can still sign up again. Student, please hurry up so that you don't delay everyone's time. After she finished speaking, she looked directly at the others as if she was asking for their opinion. That's right, Han Lin. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. If we go back now, we still have time to cultivate properly. Don't delay it. We're all exhausted. A young man at the side also walked forward and patted the impatient young man's shoulder. He yawned and said, I said the time limit has passed. We'll talk about it next year. However, the young man called Han Lin didn't seem to be willing to compromise. He stared at Yun Nuashing with cold eyes and didn't hide the impatience in his words. You. The young man was stunned. Just as he was about to say something, Yun Nuashing directly roared. You're F*** King annoying. How dare A be *TH, like you make things difficult for a weak girl. Yun Nuashing also frowned. The tearing feeling in her head made her very irritable. However, This B***TCH didn't know what was wrong with her. Her obstruction directly angered Yun Nuashing, who was on the verge of exploding. Thump, thump. Han Lin hurriedly took a few steps back because of the pressure contained in the roar. By the time he stabilized his body, he was already burning with anger. His face was flushed red, and he glared at Yun Nuashing with shame and anger in his eyes. Ignoring his glare, Yun Nuashing turned her gaze to the others and said with a smile, "There's still time. Can I sign up?" "Yes, yes." The young man who just came forward to persuade her quickly nodded. Looking at the situation, if they didn't handle it well, a fight might break out in an instant. Moreover, it wasn't considered over the time limit, so there was nothing wrong with signing up again. "Stop!" Han Lin shouted loudly, stopping him from turning around. However, before he could say anything, the heavenly halberd, which was glowing with a cold light, was placed against his neck. The energy contained in the halberd seemed to be ready to burst out. "Little brother, wait. Let's talk nicely. Don't be angry." The woman was also anxious and hurriedly went forward to persuade him. She thought that Han Lin was just angry and would be fine after being persuaded, so she didn't go forward. Who knew that in just a few breaths' time, it would escalate to the point of fighting? Yun Nuashing held the heavenly halberd and spun it around twice. She sighed and narrowed her eyes as she stared at Han Lin, who was drenched in cold sweat. She smiled and said word by word, "I'm not in a good mood. Who knows what might happen if my mind goes haywire and my hand trembles?" "I'm not sure either." Her calm words scared Han Lin so much that his face turned pale. Yun Nuashing's aura seeped out of her body and turned into a pressure that enveloped him, causing his legs to go weak. "Little brother, don't be rash. There's still time. You can still register. Han Lin is only behaving like this because he slept too much. I hope you won't take it to heart." The woman walked forward and hurriedly said. She could feel that the aura that was seeping out of Yun Nuashing's body was very strong. At least her cultivation was stronger than theirs. She knew that she was definitely not someone to be trifled with. The others also went forward to persuade her, afraid that Yun Nuashing would accidentally kill Han Lin. Han Lin was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Being able to enter the Red Star Academy was enough to prove some things. When had he, who was arrogant by nature, ever been in such a difficult situation? However, he was suppressed in an instant. How could he endure this? If news of this spread out, he would probably be laughed at to death. However, at this moment, he did not dare to do anything. If Yun Nuashing really directly attacked him, then he would be finished. Moreover, even his little life was in the hands of others. What else could he do? Seeing that Han Lin was no longer moving, Yun Nuashing also put away her halberd and ignored Han Lin. Her arms hung down, leaving one hand holding on to Ming, who was still sleeping, as she quietly narrowed her eyes. Seeing her actions, everyone was stunned. Only now did they notice that there was a little girl in Yun Nuashing's arms. They immediately looked at her. However, Ming's little face was buried in Yun Nuashing's chest, so they couldn't see clearly. However, their instincts told them that this small and graceful body should be a very cute little girl. The woman raised her pen and paper and smiled at Yun Nuashing, then looked at Yu Yin and said, "Student, report your name, age, and cultivation. If you pass, you can enter the next stage." Yu Yin looked at Yun Nuashing and waited for him to nod. Then she sighed and obediently said, "Yu Yin, 21 mortal stage for extremes." The moment her voice fell, the entire field quietened down. After a while, it returned to normal. One by one, they looked at Yu Yin in horror. Suddenly, they felt that their mouths were dry. Even Han Lin had a dumbfounded look on his face, as if he had eaten feces. 21 mortal stage, 4 extremes? This kind of talent was simply terrifying. Although the Red Star Academy didn't lack geniuses, there weren't many who could be like her. Where did this girl come from? The woman was also stunned for a long time. Only then did she regain her senses. She solemnly wrote down Yu Yin's name on the paper, then looked at Yun Nuashing and smiled. "What about this little brother?" "Me." Hearing that name, Yun Nuashing opened his eyes and looked at her strangely for a while. Then he tilted his head and smiled. "I'm not going to enter the Red Star Academy. I'm not interested in that place. I'm only here to accompany her." Silence. The field was dead silent. Even the sound of their heartbeats was subconsciously suppressed. After a while, everyone woke up. Discussions could not help but spread out. Where did this evildoer come from? He actually said that he was only here to accompany someone in the Red Star Academy, and from his tone, it seemed that he didn't care too much about it. That was the Red Star Academy, the holy land of cultivation that all the youths in the Taiyuan region dreamed of. Why did it become less attractive? Even this young man looked down on it. Waving his hand, Yun Nuashing smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. You guys settle her matter first. It's nothing. Come here tomorrow at noon for the first test. Just remember this," the woman said with a smile. "Little brother, you really don't want to go in? With your talent, you should be able to have an outstanding opportunity in the Red Star Academy." At this time, Rui Ming patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and advised, "Hee, there's more than one way to cultivate. I'm not suitable to stay in a place and cultivate quietly. Besides, I still have some things to do." Yun Nuashing smiled and shook his head. He still insisted on not going. Hearing him say that, Rui Ming just sighed and didn't continue to say anything. "Can we enter the city now?" Looking at the campsite, Yun Nuashing instantly understood. However, he didn't want to stay here and be surrounded by people. He planned to go into the city for a stroll. "You can enter the city. It's just that there are too many people in the city and we can't arrange everything. However, there are no restrictions that say that you have to stay here. Moreover, the day of the test is also here. Staying here is just for convenience. After all, there's a small distance between here and Red Star City." The woman carefully put away Yun's information. Hearing Yun Nuashing's words, the woman immediately smiled and said, letting out a big yawn. Yun Nuashing frowned when he saw that the onlookers had not yet retreated. Looking at the red horizon in the distance, he transmitted a message to the two of them. His figure trembled, and he turned into a golden light and rushed straight to Red Star City. Behind him, Yu-Yin and Rui Ming also used their figures to follow, leaving behind a group of strange gazes. After leaving the campsite hidden in the woods, Yun Nuashing directly grabbed the two of them. The light element rushed out, carrying the two of them, breaking through the sound barrier. They quickly rushed towards Red Star City, which was slowly climbing up. It's so big. It's not smaller than Divine Soldier City. Standing in front of the city gate, Yun Nuashing sized up the towering crimson red city wall. Under the sunlight, it emitted a faint crimson shimmer. Yun Nuashing recognized that this was a type of crimson earth, or that contained pure fire elemental energy. Although its grade was not too high, about the 5th rank, the entire city wall was cast with crimson earth, or this kind of work was comparable to the Divine Weapon City. The number of people really doesn't decrease. Looking at the flow of people coming and going, they had to walk sideways, left and right. It seemed that arranging the registration point so far away and not in the city was a wise choice. After all, the number of people who came every year would not be less than 1 million. Such a huge number of people, if thrown into the crowded Red Star City, it would cause a riot. These few days, it's the time of the Academy's enrollment. Naturally, there will be more people coming and going. Although there are usually many people, it's not to this extent. Rui Ming led the two of them through a small passage on the side. They waved the badge of the Red Star Academy in front of the soldiers. Only then did they pass through, smoothly. If they had gone through the main gate, they would have had to squeeze for a long time. At the moment when Yun Nuashing and the others stepped out of the dark and dim passage, Red Star Academy in a snow-white palace. On the table in the hall, 6 people who were flipping through some information widened their eyes at the same time. Their faces were filled with a touch of horror. The piles of rice paper in their hands were all scattered on the table. How is this possible? Chapter 82. This fluctuation, this soul, this... The 5 people in white jumped up at the same time. Their chairs instantly exploded and their minds were in turmoil. The space around them seemed to be on the verge of collapse due to the turbulent aura. They all looked at the little girl in the black dress who was sitting at the head of the table. At this moment, her limpid eyes were also wide open. Her deep eyes were filled with panic and excitement. The rag doll that never left her side fell to the ground. Her rosy little mouth was slightly open, but no sound came out. Although there was no movement in the space around her, everyone could sense that the flowing air around her seemed to have frozen. It's him? It's really him? The beautiful girl was currently covering her cherry mouth with her jade-like hands. Her face was filled with disbelief. But didn't he already? The ponytailed man was also shocked. He stared at the girl without blinking. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Let's go. Let's go take a look. The girl took a deep breath. She couldn't suppress the turbulent emotions in her heart. With a wave of her little hand, the space immediately collapsed and she disappeared with the 6 of them. Walking on the streets, Yun Nuashing and the other 2 strolled aimlessly. They walked and stopped and looked for a hotel. They were used to sleeping on soft beds and suddenly had to sleep on the floor. No matter how they thought about it, it was uncomfortable. Therefore, they decided to stay in the city. In any case, this distance was nothing to them. Even if they overslept, Yun Nuashing's light element was still there. They could reach their destination in an instant. Ming also woke up. His little hand was holding a stick of candied hawthorn and he was licking it happily. Yun Nuashing also had the time to circulate the soul-burning mantra and began to recover the huge amount of energy he had consumed. His snow-white hair was also slowly dyed a pitch-black color. Just as they came out of a small store, Yun Nuashing suddenly shivered violently. His entire body froze. It was as if a few gazes were piercing through his soul. Little star, hurry up. Big sister wants to go over there. Yu Yin did not notice his abnormality. She hurriedly tugged at his windbreaker and ran in a certain direction. Rui Ming also jogged after her. Brother? Seeing that Yun Nuashing didn't move, Ming looked up and blinked at him. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at a certain roof. He tilted his head and saw 6 figures standing there quietly. They were all looking at him expressionlessly. However, from what he sensed, that place didn't seem to exist. Yun Nuashing was aghast. He dared to guarantee that apart from the special glories will tree, this was definitely the strangest situation he had ever seen. It's him. It's really him. Seeing this handsome face, the beautiful woman sighed. She looked at the little girl and fell silent for a moment. Brother, after so many years, you're finally back. But why don't you recognize me? The little girl saw Yun Nuashing's puzzled expression and wanted to hold back her tears. However, 2 clear lines of tears involuntarily slid down her fair and tender cheeks. At this moment, she had the urge to jump down and plunge into his embrace. However, she firmly suppressed it. That little girl. The ponytailed man was silent for a long time. When he saw Ming, he was stunned for a moment and then fell into deep thought. There's no need to look. It's her. The little girl wiped away her sparkling tears and looked at Ming, who was nestled in Yun Nuashing's arms. She sighed and muttered to herself, Is this your choice in this life? Are you blaming yourself? The 6 people were silent for a long time. They just kept staring at Yun Nuashing. They had a lot of things they wanted to say, but they couldn't open their mouths. Yun Nuashing shivered. He didn't know who they were and didn't know why they were looking at him. He only felt an inexplicable sadness rippling in his heart. Brother, Sister Yu Yin is calling you. Ming pulled Yun Nuashing's lapel and pulled him back from his daze. She smiled sweetly and innocently. Oh. Yun Nuashing came back to his senses. He blinked and looked at the 6 people again. He hurriedly turned around and ran toward Yun, who was waving her lily-white hands impatiently. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was about to leave, the little girl subconsciously wanted to chase after him. However, just as she took a step forward, her bowed body shrank back and she sighed. "Aren't you going to go over?" The ponytailed man saw her actions. He scratched his head and sighed helplessly. The little girl shook her head, but then nodded. There was a hint of struggle on her pretty face. After a while, she sighed again. For a long time, she didn't know what to do. You used to hesitate like this and miss the opportunity. This time, you should be more decisive. The man saw through the little girl's changing expression. How could he not know the struggle in her heart? He immediately sighed. Why did this incomparably decisive person become indecisive every time she saw him? "I know." The little girl nodded and said, "You guys go back first. Let me be alone for a while." The 5 people looked at each other, but they also nodded. Their figures trembled and disappeared on the spot, leaving the little girl alone. The little girl sighed again. She flipped her palm and a purplish-red pendant appeared in front of her. Her small hand gently rubbed the pendant with longing. If Yun Nuashing saw this, he would definitely scream and stick out his tongue, because this pendant was exactly the same as the one he was wearing. The little girl bit her red lips and sighed. She put away the pendant and walked toward Yun Nuashing and the others. However, her figure disappeared in an instant. Yun Nuashing didn't tell Yun and the others. He only said that he was in a daze for a while. They didn't suspect anything and continued to eat and drink along the street. Their cheerful appearance made Yun Nuashing forget about what had just happened and eat and drink along the way. They strolled until nighttime. Then they wandered around and found a hotel to sleep for the night. "Hey, little brother, Master has asked me to go back. I won't accompany you to today's test. Good luck." In the morning, the 3 of them got up early and washed up. Rui Ming scratched his head and smiled. He said goodbye to Yun Nuashing and the others and hurried away. It seemed that he was very anxious to be called. Yun Nuashing spread his hands and flew toward the camp outside Red Star City with Yun. There was still plenty of time, so the 2 of them were not in a hurry. When they arrived at the camp, it was already noon. At this time, a huge tent was set up in the camp. Several old men in white stood outside the tent. A majestic aura quietly spread out, making the legs and stomachs of the people around them tremble. The rules of this year's test have changed. There is only one test. Now, please come in and take the test. Others are not allowed to come within 100 feet of the tent. A white-robed old man with white hair and beard raised his head. He was so old that he looked as if he had 1 foot in a coffin. His old and deep eyes swept across the surroundings. His voice was not loud, but it resounded like thunder in the area. The faint pressure made everyone tremble. As soon as the old man's voice fell, the people who had signed up suddenly became restless. After a moment, they all filed in and squeezed into the tent. "Hey, you've just arrived and you're already putting on a show of strength. Are you trying to wear down our spirit?" Yun Nuashing spread his hands. He had a divine artifact, so there were very few people who could shake him. Yun was the same. However, what made him a little surprised was that among the group of young people, there were people who did not change their expressions. They were not affected at all. As expected of the Red Star Academy, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Retracting his gaze from those people, Yun Nuashing looked at the tent again. There were a few auras inside that made him tremble with fear. Ling Hongjian almost could not control himself and wanted to jump out and resist. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing felt something and turned his gaze to the entrance of the tent. Behind those old men, there were a few people who he saw at the registration yesterday. Among them, Han Lin was staring at Yun Nuashing with a gloomy face. He looked as if he was harboring evil intentions. "Looks like he has a lot of grievances." Yuen covered her mouth and laughed. Shrugging her shoulders, she ignored him. Yun Nuashing patted her head and said, "Go on, we'll wait for your good news outside." Yuen nodded her head obediently and followed the people inside. Yun Nuashing sighed and looked around the forest. Then he flew in a random direction. This year's test could be said to be different. It was simple, crude, quick, and effective. That was direct combat. The content of the combat was that everyone had to withstand 5 moves from the teachers of the Red Star Academy to pass. Everyone had 2 chances to choose a teacher to challenge. When they heard the rules, almost everyone's face turned pale. The teachers of the Red Star Academy were all demonic level rankers. Most of them were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the mortal level. There were only a few who were at the 3rd level, and there were only 5 who were at the 4th level. And with their means, it was simply a fantasy for them to last 5 moves against a demon step powerhouse. It was basically impossible without some special means. After all, there was a huge gap in strength. How could they fight against a demon step powerhouse with a gap of 2 whole ranks? Although everyone complained a lot, there was nothing much to say. This was the rule set by the teachers. If you don't like to take the test, the teachers would be too lazy to test you. Therefore, everyone hesitated for a while. Finally, someone took a step forward and chose a teacher to challenge. With the first person, there was a chain reaction. Naturally, there would be a second person. Therefore, in less than 5 minutes, dozens of teachers stretched their waists and attacked one after another. In the beginning, they all rushed up one by one. In the end, they all rushed up in a line. If one person went up, he would be easily slapped away. It was simply not enough. Of course, once they met someone who did not fly away, the people behind them would obediently stop. After 2 or 3 moves, they still could not change their fate of being slapped away. Then they would rush up one after another. However, these teachers did not seem to know what fatigue was. From the beginning until now, they did not know how many people they had slapped away. Their palms were not idle. They basically slapped left, waved right, and occasionally kicked. Among them, there were people who were lucky enough to survive 5 moves. However, there were less than 20 people, and they were all seriously injured. Now, there were already tens of thousands of people in the tent barrier who had left with their tails between their legs. One could imagine how difficult it was. The acceptance rate was only 1%. As one of the people who received the most attention, Yuen was currently quietly standing to the side. Her beautiful eyes did not have the slightest bit of fluctuation as she watched all of this. She was like a fairy of the moon, untainted by any worldly aura. After an unknown amount of time, there were only a few types of people left in the tent. Some were waiting to be tested, some had already passed and were curled up in a corner to recuperate. There was also a group of people who had failed and wanted to stay behind to look at others and find some comfort. At this moment, only Yuen was left in the queue. Only then did she take a deep breath and take a step forward. As the focus of attention, her every move was being watched at all times. Therefore, the moment she moved, almost everyone's eyes were attracted to her, including those who had passed the test. At this moment, they all opened their eyes wide and watched carefully. However, there was actually a loophole in this kind of test. After all, they were talking about the power they had grasped. In other words, as long as it was any power they had grasped, it would be fine. This was also the standard of the realm of the gods, to evaluate the strong. There was no need for other people's power. As long as it was in their own hands, it would be fine. Therefore, almost instantly, with a fiery red light, a golden red spear shot out from Yuen's ring. The tip of the spear directly pierced through the youth's strongest defense and pressed against the youth's chest. A large hole appeared in the youth's defense, and dozens of cracks spread out. After a moment, it collapsed. That instructor swallowed hard, then took 2 steps back and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He laughed dryly and said, Test passed. This F*** king explosion. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Their eyes were all fixed on the golden red spear that was 2 meters long. Their foreheads were all covered in cold sweat. Then they looked at the instructor, who was constantly panting and patting his chest. They all felt a little dizzy. The other instructors also looked at the spear seriously. They believed that if they were to face it, they would probably be defeated in an instant. No one could doubt the power of a god-ranked weapon. Yuin yawned. She was not surprised at all. She put away the spear and walked out, leaving behind a long and mysterious back view as she disappeared through the entrance of the tent. Chapter 83. Beside the tranquil lake, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a rustling sound. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake, spreading into the distance. The sun hid behind the clouds, and the lazy rays of light shone through the thick barrier into the sky. Because he had waited for a long time, Yun Nuashing casually strolled around the area and walked to this place. The gentle breeze with the scent of life blew his long hair, and his windbreaker fluttered. He narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying this moment where there was only a sliver of light and was not too dazzling. The surroundings were quiet and tranquil. The lakeside was tranquil, and the spring breeze was gentle. Little Ming Ming, who was in his arms, was still sleeping all day long. Although it was said that children basically slept after eating and ate after sleeping, this was the first time he didn't have anyone to talk to. Rui Ming had returned to the academy, and Yu Yin had gone to take the test. They had only been separated for 2 hours, but he actually felt a sense of loneliness spreading in his heart. Fortunately, there was still Ming Ming, who could give him some comfort. Loneliness. Yun Nuashing mocked himself. Since when was he afraid of loneliness? There was a faint throbbing in his heart. It was very faint, but very deep, so deep that it seemed to be engraved into his bones. Sigh. Yun Nuashing sighed and patted his chest. He lowered his head and looked at Ming. After a while, he called out softly, "Ming." Ming Ming wrinkled her delicate nose. Her little hand kept grabbing onto Yun Nuashing's clothes, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Her little mouth kept muttering something. No one knew what kind of sweet dream she was having, but she actually smiled gently. After rubbing his head and confirming that Ming would not wake up, Yun Nuashing nodded. A silver light flashed on his right hand, and a 2-meter-long silver needle, the Linghong sword, appeared in his hand, pointing diagonally to the ground. Holding the Linghong sword, the throbbing in his heart did not show any signs of calming down. Yun Nuashing sighed and looked around. After a while, he said softly, "Come out, I know you're nearby." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough to reach every inch of the forest. Ever since he left Red Star City, he had been in such an inexplicable situation. He was sure that he was not old enough to have a myocardial infarction, and it did not seem like an illusion that it had lasted for such a long time. Therefore, he guessed that there might be someone who wanted to make a move on him. That was why he had slipped into a more spacious area, where he could use the light element to escape at any time. Of course, if that person was an enemy who could restrain the light element, then he could only wait to be captured. His voice echoed in the empty forest and drifted far away with the wind. However, there was no movement, only the faint sound of the wind whistling past. "I know you're following me. Although I can't sense where you are, there's something telling me that you're nearby. Come out." Seeing that there wasn't the slightest movement, Yun Nuashing frowned. Holding the Linghong sword in his hand, he called out again after a while. The throbbing in his heart suddenly became more intense. This movement made Yun Nuashing's breath hitch. His soul force wrapped around this part of the world so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. The wind and the grass in the surroundings could be seen clearly. His elemental energy continuously poured into the Linghong sword. Under his feet, a faint dark green light quietly spread out. Ding! The sound of shoes lightly stepping on the grass could be faintly heard. It was very gentle, as if it was stepping on a specific rhythm. The surrounding wind became very gentle at this moment. The subtle sound of flowing water seemed to be magnified by a lot, just like the sound of wind chimes. Together with the soft sound of leaves rustling gently, the rhythm in the surroundings seemed to become cheerful, gentle, and gentle at times. It was as if it could be transmitted directly to the depths of one's soul, intoxicating one and making one want to fall asleep in this peaceful rhythm. However, even so, Yun Nuashing wasn't affected by this rhythm. His slender eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He could hear that this peaceful rhythm had the effect of calming one's soul and relaxing one's mind. However, he wasn't affected in the slightest. Instead, he became even more vigilant. The energy output from his hands became more vigorous. Even if his ears were blocked by the elemental energy membrane, it couldn't stop this rhythm from being transmitted. It directly penetrated into his soul. Requiem for heavenly spirits. There's only one person in this world who can completely ignore the effects of this melody and enjoy it as a piece of peaceful music. As if sensing that the rhythm didn't have any effect, a somewhat tender voice suddenly faintly sounded from the side of the forest. It wasn't hard to tell that it was the voice of a little girl. And only he is the only person in this world who can listen to me play with all his heart. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly turned his body and held his Ling Hong sword horizontally in front of him. He looked at the place where the voice came from as if he was facing a great enemy. Ordinary people would have already given up all their defenses, but Yun Nuashing was still vigilant of the changes in his surroundings. Cha! The rhythm continued to play. In the forest, a petite figure slowly walked out. When Yun Nuashing saw it, he was instantly dumbfounded. Although he guessed some things from the voice, he didn't expect it to be so, The girl looked to be no more than 10 years old. She was wearing a long black dress that was layered like a lotus flower. The lace was golden and about outlined the hair-raising curve of her slender waist. Her silky light blue hair was tied into a long ponytail by a red hairband. It hung on the right side of her head and hung down to her delicate bottom. When he looked up, there was a slight blush on her fair and delicate face. Her ethereal and moving blue eyes had a light that was as deep as the universe. Her slender eyebrows were slightly bent. She had a sharp nose, and her white teeth were gently biting her red lips. She looked like a pure and innocent young girl. Coupled with her somewhat aggrieved face, it made people feel very tender and tender towards her. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a long time. He thought that the person who could perform this kind of celestial melody must have a high cultivation level. He naturally thought of an eccentric old woman. He didn't expect that a beautiful little girl would appear. However, although he was a little surprised, he still took 2 steps back and opened up a safe distance. Sigh. When the girl saw Yun Nuashing's vigilant look, her sorrowful face suddenly dimmed a little. Looking at the familiar face that was almost ingrained in her soul, she couldn't help but murmur, "Do you really not remember me, brother?" When Yun Nuashing heard the girl call him so intimately, he was stunned. Even the energy contained in his great radiance sword dissipated a little. His mind was shaken, and he almost dropped his defense. After he calmed down, he carefully looked at the girl. His brows were knitted so tightly that they were almost knotted. Then he shook his head and said uncertainly, "I don't know you, however." There was one thing he didn't say. "But I definitely know you." Because there was a familiar feeling in his heart, his soul detection automatically determined that this girl wasn't a threat. This feeling told him that he definitely knew this little girl. When the girl heard this, her delicate body trembled. Her deep eyes were covered with panic, and there was even a mist that gradually floated up. Seeing the girl's sad look as if she had been abandoned, it was Yun Nuashing's turn to panic. He couldn't bear to see people cry, especially girls. Heavy tears rolled down Maymau's cheeks, but they didn't fall. The girl took a deep breath. With a thought, her body suddenly emitted an azure light. Her big watery eyes were as dazzling as flowing light. As the azure light surged, that petite figure gradually became slender under Yun Nuashing's astonished gaze. Her light blue long hair spread out and grew longer like wild grass. Finally, it stretched past her perky butt and reached her round and slender thighs. At this moment, the light blue color also turned into a resplendent silver-white color. When she appeared in front of Yun Nuashing again, she no longer looked like a little girl. She had a tall and graceful figure, a slender waist, long silver hair that reached her thighs, bright eyes that flickered with silver light, fair and translucent skin, a black dress that fluttered in the wind, and a quiet and beautiful face. She was a mature girl with astonishing charm that made people's hearts palpitate. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. He looked at this girl with a ridiculously good figure in astonishment. He didn't know what to say. Was this considered a huge transformation? Mei Mao, who was flowing with silver light, glanced at the stunned Yun Nuashing. The girl smiled slightly. She lifted her slender and smooth jade legs and walked gracefully toward Yun Nuashing. A tranquil and auspicious melody reverberated in this small world. Even the rustling of the leaves turned into a melody. As if he sensed that the girl didn't have any malicious intent, Yun Nuashing put away his Linghong sword. He also slowly removed the protective measures that could kill a god of the underworld level in one breath. He quietly watched the girl walk over and retreated a little. Ignoring his vigilance, the girl slowly walked over. Then Yun Nuashing retreated, one step at a time, and the distance between them was always balanced. It wasn't until Yun Nuashing retreated to the side of the lake that he started to panic a little. However, he could only watch the girl take one step at a time. She was neither fast nor slow. Her steps were filled with the rhythm of the melody. She gently and slowly walked in front of him. The two of them were less than 3 inches away from each other. Then they stopped and were so close to each other. Yun Nuashing panicked as he watched the girl raise her head. She stared at him with those calm and dazzling silver eyes of Mei Mao. The girl's faint fragrance slowly wafted toward him, causing his heart to beat a little faster. Then he tried his best to suppress it. He looked down and tried not to think about anything. Seeing his panicked look, the girl smiled sweetly. Suddenly, she opened her arms, turned her body slightly, and plunged into Yun Nuashing's embrace. Her jade arms gently wrapped around his neck and back. Her head pressed against his shoulder, and she closed her eyes as if she was reminiscing about Mei Mao. I. The girl's sudden action caused his head to explode. Yun Nuashing's face was flushed red and he was in a daze. He opened his mouth for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. His other hand was suspended in midair, and he didn't know where to put it. He couldn't push her away, and it was even more impossible for him to hit her. The warm body temperature passed through his clothes and directly reached Yun Nuashing's skin. The girl's fragrance wrapped around him like maggots, causing his entire body to heat up. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. At birth, man's nature is good. Similar natures, different habits. Namo Amitabha. Buddha above. Bodhisattva below. Buddha bless. Jesus Christ, with the moon as my name, with the sun as my witness. 3. 141592653588979. At this moment, a bunch of messy things floated through Yun Nuashing's mind. However, no matter how much he muttered, he couldn't calm down. In fact, he became even more flustered. Her jade hands gently caressed Yun Nuashing's back. The girl tiptoed and pressed her rosy lips against his ear. Her breath was like orchids as she gently bit his earlobe. After a long time, she said softly, "Brother, in this life I will protect you and cut off all the thorns on your path." Okay. At this moment, Yun Nuashing seemed to be caught between heaven and hell. His face was so red that it seemed like his blood vessels were about to burst. Even his neck and earlobe were burning red, and his head was dizzy. At this moment, when he suddenly heard the girl's heavenly voice, he didn't hear what she said at all. He just nodded his head in a daze. Seeing him nod his head, the girl smiled sweetly and hugged his neck tightly with both hands. She gently opened her red lips, and a voice that was as soft as gossamer accurately sounded in Yun Nuashing's ears. I pray for the blessings of the gods. In the name of the god of music, Ouyang Xianin, I hereby request. With my life as the key, my blood as the contract, my soul as the symbol, the myriad of music as the witness, and the boundless heaven and earth as the spirit, please bind my life to the one I love, till death do us part forever and ever. A mark appeared on the girl's smooth forehead. It was made up of 2 intersecting notes with a scepter in the center. 2 pairs of wings stretched out from the scepter, and rays of blue light surged from her body to Yun Nuashing's body. As soon as the words came out, the surroundings suddenly resounded with the roar of music. The myriad of things in the world seemed to resonate with the heartbeats of the 2 people at this moment. Countless azure blue runes and symbols appeared from the void, and a long and mellow rhythm resounded throughout the world. At this moment, it was as if there were tens of thousands of instruments playing, like the cry of a phoenix, like the sound of nature, like the flow of a river, lingering in the air. The surroundings were filled with azure and golden runes, and countless threads intertwined with the 2 people at the center. The melodious sound that sounded like a zither or a pipa sounded, as if it was driving the rhythm of the world. The entire area was submerged in the notes and flashed in the golden and blue light. Although there was a barrier covering everything, such a huge energy fluctuation still spread out, and some people with high cultivation could feel the power of this energy. In the depths of the Red Star Academy, in the Snow-White Palace, the 5 people felt the familiar fluctuation and slowly stood up. Facing the direction of the fluctuation, they all sighed softly. Xianin, is this your choice? Fine, just follow your heart. It's fine as long as you have no regrets. No matter the outcome, no matter what. The ponytailed man sighed and murmured. He silently felt the moment of the birth of this miracle. His emotions also relaxed along with the rhythm of the music. The fluctuation of the music spread out for thousands of miles, and although only a small number of people could feel the intoxicating sound, everyone who heard it stood up and bowed in the direction of the fluctuation. They all knew that this was a god offering her life, and it was the greatest miracle in the world. A god was willing to let go of everything and made a life contract. This was the greatest sacrifice, and no matter what it was worth it for them to bow. In the center of the area, the 2 people were wrapped in light. Their lives were intertwined, and they were branded in each other's hearts. This contract would never be changed. The girl hugged Yun Nuashing tightly, and suddenly remembered that night. That night, he picked her up in the alley when she was still a young girl, and said in the world's most gentle voice, I want you to accompany me through this vast and boundless world. Since then, she had branded those words in the depths of her soul, and had always accompanied him, until one day he disappeared without a trace and could not be found anywhere. Only a fragment of memory came to her, and seemed to be telling her about him. However, she knew that he wouldn't die, floating in the mortal world, going through endless cycles of reincarnation. He would definitely return. Now her prayers had come true. Although he had forgotten everything, she had always been searching for him, waiting for him. Today, she had waited for him to return. All of her efforts had finally paid off. That figure became her only support, and for this, she wanted to give her everything to him. Perhaps it was familial love, kindness, or love, but it had nothing to do with the overall situation. But she wanted Yun Nuashing naturally did not know what she was thinking at this time. The intoxicating melody was constantly imprinted on his soul, making him have the urge to fall asleep. His heart was in intense pain, and his soul was crying out and screaming. He seemed to have forgotten something very important, but he could not remember it, not at all. It was as if there was a fog blocking him, burying him, and making the world forget about him until the end of time. Finally, Yun Nuashing could not hold back that feeling, and his eyes slowly closed, and he could not sense anything. After a long time, the golden light that filled the world finally faded, and the world began to return to tranquility. It was still the lakeside and the forest as if nothing had happened. At the place where Yun Nuashing and the girl's neck were facing, a musical note and the mark of a scepter slowly appeared, indicating that the life-link contract was successfully established. From this moment on, the two of them lived and died together, and no one in the world could separate them from the yin and yang. Sensing Yun Nuoxing's drowsiness, the girl was a little excited. She slowly sat down, put his head on her knees, and said with a smile, "Brother finally got drunk for my melody for once," looking at this handsome face that did not change at all. Xian Yin felt satisfied. No matter what happened in the future, at this moment, she still had him by her side, just like how it was in the beginning. This was enough. What Yun Nuoxing did not know was that although Shui Yan's facial skin changed his appearance according to his thoughts, it subconsciously reflected his past appearance. In reality, it did not change at all. After all, the facial skin now looked like he was 18 years old, and the face without the facial skin that looked very much like a girl's face was his beautiful face when he was 15 years old. Therefore, Xian Yin recognized him at a glance. She placed her jade hand on Yun Nuoxing's forehead, and her divine power surged, entering his soul. She wanted to use her divine power to unblock his memories, but it was blocked by something, just like what Yun Nuoxing felt just now. It could not be pierced, and it could not be penetrated. His memories and past life have all been sealed. Good for you. I will definitely settle this with you in the future. She frowned slightly, knowing that it was not very possible to unblock Yun Nuoxing's memories directly, so Xian Yin did not do anything unnecessary. "Elder sister, who are you?" At this moment, Ming suddenly woke up. She rubbed her big purple eyes with her little hand, looked at Xian Yin, blinked, and asked curiously. "Ah." The sudden voice caused Xian Yin to be stunned for a moment. When she saw Ming staring straight at her, she smiled embarrassedly with a strange expression. Her jade-like hands parted the hair in front of her forehead and rubbed Ming's head, saying, "I'm your elder sister." "Ah, I have another elder sister." When Ming heard this, her little head immediately drooped, and she lay on Yun Nuoxing's chest gloomily. She already had an elder sister, Yuyin, so why did this elder sister come out of nowhere? Xian Yin was a little embarrassed. She tilted her head, not knowing what to say. A gentle breeze blew past, and the lake was still quiet and peaceful. It was not until the sun set in the west that Yun Nuoxing on Xian Yin's knee trembled. Phew! After letting out a long breath, Yun Nuoxing slowly opened her eyes. When she saw a beautiful face filled with infinite tenderness, cold sweat immediately poured down her face. "Ah!" A high-pitched scream sounded, and Yun Nuoxing violently bounced up. However, before his body could leave the ground at a 30-degree angle, he was gently pressed back down by Xian Yin, and he lay down on her soft, long legs again. You, what are you doing?" Her face turned red again, and Yun Nuoxing looked at Xian Yin, not knowing what to do. Her gaze instantly drifted away, and she couldn't move her body. "Brother, Ming, why do you have another elder sister?" Sensing Yun Nuoxing's movements, Ming pouted her little mouth and frowned, looking at Yun Nuoxing in confusion. "Ah, me, what, ah." Yun Nuoxing was so flustered that she couldn't speak coherently. She stuttered and couldn't say anything. Her face was really as red as an apple, so red that it was about to turn purple. Ming blinked her lively eyes and looked curiously at Yun Nuoxing, then at Xian Yin. She shook her head like a rattle drum, and finally climbed down from Yun Nuoxing's body. She placed her hands on her waist and pointed at Xian Yin with her dainty fingers. With a domineering tone, she announced, "The position of brother's younger sister will always be mine. You're not allowed to snatch it from me." After saying that, she directly lay on Yun Nuoxing's chest and acted coquettishly. Yun Nuoxing and Xian Yin were stunned for a moment. Then they smiled. This girl was actually worried that her position would be snatched away by someone else. Okay, this position has always been Ming's. No one will snatch it from you." Yun Nuoxing reached out and rubbed Ming's head, smiling dotingly. However, When he said that, he suddenly felt that it was very strange. What did he mean by "this position has always been Ming's"? Could it be that it would change? I didn't understand at that moment. However, he didn't say it out loud. After all, it would only make things worse. He smiled, but when he raised his head and saw that Xian Yin was still looking at him affectionately, he instantly felt a little awkward. He couldn't get up, so he could only harden his heart and say with a suicidal attitude, "Then, sister, what do you want? Tell me and give me a quick death." Hearing that, Xian Yin was stunned for a moment, but after a moment she burst out laughing. She was like a blooming peony flower, bright and beautiful. After laughing for a while, she tidied up her silver hair and said with a smile, "Really? I'll cook it." Hearing her words, Yun Nuoxing immediately felt guilty. He looked away and stuttered for a long time before squeezing out 2 words from his mouth. "Uft." Hearing this shocking answer, Xian Yin laughed again. After a moment, she hesitated and gently lowered her head. Her cherry lips slowly approached Yun Nuoxing. "Don't. Sister, wait. Me. Seeing Xian Yin's actions, Yun Nuoxing instantly panicked. He widened his eyes, and his pupils kept trembling. He wanted to reach out his hand to stop her, but he was restrained and couldn't move. He could only watch as those pink lips gently approached. "Is my first kiss going to be gone just like that?" Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly in his heart.